started, set up, make sure everything is very happy, and then we can give Luke a bit of a rest, I think. So yeah, everybody in the chat, if you just want to go to the YouTube link that's just been posted, and we'll get that sorted, so we can get going with that.
Well, just stay here. There we go. I think we have now got part 2 underway, ladies and gentlemen. So I think it's time to bid my farewell. It's been a joyful first race at on ACC. I think in any country. I've never done one before, and it's been really enjoyable so far. So hope everyone's enjoyed it. And yeah, if you're still watching part 1, make your way over to part number 2 now. And I think Tetra, Chinson, it's been a pleasure joining you guys.
Yeah,
it's been great.
Thanks a lot for doing the first part with me and the other 2. Great race with you, and have a lovely rest of the evening.
I certainly will. So yeah, just a quick reminder, part number 1 is now ending, and we'll be making your way over to part number 2. Goodbye.
So yeah, welcome to everyone joining us on part 2 of the stream. We are right now live with the 781 car. That is the Menno Krützen, who I think is in for his first stint at the moment, challenging the back of Michael Gornov, also for his first stint. And that is the fight for P8 going on at the moment. I stand corrected, both of these drivers actually at the end of their stints. I think we just haven't really seen them so far in the race, so they will drop down the order once they complete their pit stops.
I'm currently being passed by one of the Van Wall Sim Sports. I believe that's the 57 of Pashku's he's just gone by them as Makoganov goes into the pits. So Krozen goes up to P8. You may be aware that we are one commentator missing at the minute. Benny will be back with us in a little bit. He's just had to go and do something. So, unfortunately, you've got me, and then fortunately, you have Tetra as well. Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting race. How many 50 races started, if I'm not mistaken?
We started with 49 drivers, so lost 10 so far. I think a few right at the beginning through technical issues.
Yeah.
Sadly, it's always a part of ACC races.
Oh yeah, it's a lot worse in an endurance race. If it's like a 30-minute race, it's like it's fine. It's only so long. If it's like a if it is a long race, then it's just crushing. That happened to. That happened to me and a couple of buddies of mine a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone. Pedals didn't register, so we lost about 4 positions purely because he couldn't get out of the box. But yeah, so no one is impervious to tech issues in ACC. If it's a disconnect, if your controls don't work, if I don't know, if it crashes, yeah. It's like a lottery. What will you get today?
It's pretty much, I think, the real world aspect coming a bit too far into sim racing. Of course, you always have technical issues stopping your race in real life as well. And yeah, it's the same for sim racing, as we just saw Skidanov making his way past the McLaren of Denis Strelnikov and just going a bit wide through Variante de la Rocha. But Skidanov still hanging on to P12. Those 2 cars, I think we have seen them battle a lot so far this race. And their battle continues right now. At the front, not much changing for the moment. We still have the 101 car yet to stop. And then the double lead of the Funwall racers, Funwall teams.
8 seconds apart. They're 8. I think. Are they 8 seconds? Oh, No, I'm reading that wrong. I am reading that wrong. They're 18 seconds apart.
18 seconds apart, yeah.
That sounds more realistic. I was just thinking, is it like that? It's like I was watching Formula One practice earlier today as well, and it had a yeah. Why can't they just keep one timing scheme for every class? Yeah, I won't be surprised to see the 57 and the 58 just bunch up. That's probably the thing at the front we're going to be keeping an eye on the most, but like normally at the front there's not that many battles because they're all normally fairly evenly paced. But then like the midfield is always I believe the midfield was really good last time out in Silverstone as well. That was really fun to watch. Yeah. Oh, hello, Tim.
Good
Tim
evening,
is,
Tim.
in the Timosaurus is in the chat, everybody. So if you do recognise Mr. Timosaurus, a fellow AOR commentator, then just tell him hi. No sausage updates for you, I'm afraid, Tim. Not as of yet. And yes, I was watching that earlier today. Crozin is also in the pits now. Who was he fighting against? It was Mercedes, wasn't it?
That should... I'm not quite sure.
Was it the 176 that came in as well? Because if it is, they've had a... It must be. They're about 40 seconds behind.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, they've had a driver change now.
So at the moment, things around the field pretty much settled. No very close battles going on right now. Still have to see the race lead change again. The 101 car still yet to come in, but they should come in this lap. So should dive into the pits any moment. Giving back the race lead to Marlon Andrade, who is doing a fantastic job so far today.
Yeah, there we go. 101's in the pits.
Yeah, diving into the pits right now. And Andrade now making his way past Parabolica to retake the race lead.
Absolutely tearing by. I love these liveries. I've missed these liveries. I had a look at them a couple of weeks ago. I think about a week or two ago. Just because they're really nice. Like, I love the amount of time that goes into these, and honestly, it's like, in terms of what I think, it's definitely worth it.
I mean, these drivers, these teams, they spend a lot of time on the liveries. It's actually very, very good to see how much work they put in. Just even though most of the drivers won't get to see the livery for most of the race. Probably only seeing the bonnet for most of the time.
Yeah, that's it. It's just like, okay, unless you watch your team, unless you're like spectating your teammates, it's just like, okay, here's our livery. It's like, oh, that looks really nice. Yeah, that's great. And then you don't see it for the rest of the race because you're too busy looking at your dashboard. So it's like you could run a plane, like you could run a banana yellow car. Oh, where is that?
Speaking of yellows, we just had few cars dropping out of the race, dropping from track. We had the car 199 with a bit of an off. I think that was out of Ascari, because of course it was. And car 96, they just reset it back into the pits. They were stopped on track. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they, unfortunate, well, yeah, if one of the worst things to do is reset to the pits, because then you've got to wait a certain amount of time. Like, obviously try and keep the car going if you can, but like when you just can't get the car to, or you can't get your controls, your wheel, whatever, just to like respond the way you need them to, it is a little bit heart-wrenching. Also, the one and only Scooby-Doo is currently racing as well. I did spot at Mr. Do last time out in Silverstone. But yeah, so hopefully Scooby, Fred, Shaggy, Velma and Daphne can keep the car going. Yeah, what else is happening?
On track right now, we have the car 176, that's Gutzma Racing. It's Alexander Rumianetsev, I think. Currently trying to hunt down Mulholland in P8. 210 separating the two out of Lesmo 2. So we'll just go on board.
Drag race down to Ascari.
We've seen this image a lot so far this race. Down to Ascari. Good my racing with the inside line.
Got it.
And they went past quite easily. Nice overtake, kept it clean.
That Bentley dropped a lot of time on the exit. The Bentley took a wider line, but they still lost quite a large amount of time to that Mercedes. That was I wasn't expecting the Mercedes to get as good an exit as that. What car is that behind them current? Behind the pair of them, is that?
Behind them on track, that is the 48 of Erdmann.
48. They're running the same livery as the 213.
Yeah, that's one of the three race anywhere teams we have on the grid.
Okay. So it's like they have the exact same livery, and sometimes it gets confusing, especially if you're just using like if you're not constantly looking at the race number. It's just like, who's this? Who's this? Who's this? It's like Formula One. Like they have to have like specific differences for each driver. It's like, just paint them different, please. Not to say the liveries look bad. They're awesome. It's just like, if you have like 3 cars, just make them a little bit different.
Have to admit, I'm quite guilty of that myself. I think in our team we had 3 teams running and the same race. Liveries were pretty much the same. So now I'm feeling sorry for whoever commentated that race.
Mulholland's definitely keeping with Rumiantsev still.
Yeah, still keeping on the back. Don't think he lost a lot of time. So thank you for the clue about pressing V. Should be a lot easier to look at now.
Oh, you had the names on. Okay.
Cardinalson.
To be fair, like when you're racing, it's a lot better to have the names on, because then you can see like who's who and like where they are and what. It makes it a little bit easier to identify, like, are they ahead, are they doing this, are they doing that, especially if you've got different dash screens on. But like, yeah, for stuff like this, it's just like, okay, it's something very easy to forget. But yeah, chat always holding us up to the standard you've come to expect from all of us.
I also think, judging by the viewership numbers, we can welcome back everyone who dropped out to watch the Formula 1 qualifying. I hope it was a good one, but please no spoilers in the chat. I've still yet to watch it.
I was a little bit late to the comms box because I was watching Q1. I knew I wasn't going to be able to watch Q1 and Q2. No, Q2, Q3, but I wanted to see if there was a certain result. So I will say it is very, very interesting, but I'm not going to say anything other than that. And anybody in chat who has watched the Formula 1, please no spoilers. If you put spoilers in there, I will be removing them and you will be getting in trouble. So you have been warned. Please do not spoil it for both ourselves and the rest of the people who have been with us consistently and have not gone to watch the F1 qualifying. Because again, if you could not put that in there, please, Cryptic, it would be appreciated. So yeah, any discussions about Formula 1 qualifying, please keep it out of the chat, because obviously there are people who have been either commentating since the start of the race, like Tetra, and obviously people who have been watching since the start of the race as well. So yeah, anything in regards to the qualifying, please just keep it out of the chat, and that would be much appreciated.
One driver who's currently going for the position that is usually occupied by a Haas. Talking about Formula 1, that is Gediminas, currently in P19 and wanting to get back into P18, position that a Haas isn't really in a lot.
I mean, I was wondering what you're meaning then, because considering the performance of Haas at the Bahrain Grand Prix, I was a little bit. Where do you mean? Because Kevin Magnussen did very well. So it's just like, do you mean near the front, near the back? Like, I'm confused. Stockton and the McLaren is currently in the pits as well.
That's, yeah, Stockton going for the pit. We have Gediminas.
Thank you, Insorted. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the spoiler alert. You've completely ruined qualifying. I'm gutted. I'm gutted. They've raced F1 cars in F1 qualifying. Like my day is ruined. Oh, that was very good.
Gediminas around the outside of Ascari. Very good move.
Is there? There's 3 of them fighting for position. Isn't there?
And no behind. I think that's a back marker.
No? Oh no, not a drag race down to Parabolica. This is not good.
That's what's Pareca dropping back a bit, but late on the brakes.
That Audi didn't look as... that Audi had a little bit of a wiggle. I think just coming off the brakes into Parabolica, and it really shows on the exit as the multicoloured Bentley behind the Audi is having a little bit of a look there. But yeah, the new Audi second revision is amazing though. I have driven all the cars from the new DLC. It
is apparently a very good car. From what I've heard, I haven't driven it so far. A lot more easy to drive than the current Audi.
Oh yeah, I mean, the back end is very slidey. Like, but that depends on how much you literally try and force it through a corner. Live timing has stopped as well. Tetra, were you running the live timing or not?
It should be back up again.
Okay. Have you possibly got a fresh link that I can chuck in the chat maybe?
Link should be the same as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Maybe you can just check if it's working again.
Yeah. Let me just have a quick look. So who've we got?
You know, we have Parekas still trying to fight back for that P18, but now the AP7 car, that's P24 backmarker, trying to unlap himself, getting a bit in the way, but of course unlapping himself, that's his right. And we have Christian Camprega going into the pit, and also at the front of the grid, things are starting to happen again. We have Trevor Wenham, who's back in the 213. At the back of Malinowski, who probably made a bit of an error on the last lap. Lost around 8 seconds, and now under pressure from Wenham.
Yeah,
so the 2 Ferraris trying to fight it out for P5. We have seen them fight a lot at the earlier stages of the race, these 2 cars, not these 2 drivers. I think Malinowski disappeared into the track for a second. I hope he doesn't have any ping issues.
Oh god, I hate that.
Trevor Wenham.
Yeah.
Into Parabolica. Sorry.
Oh, these 2 Ferraris. I saw these 2 going at each other before as well. Like, they were really good at it. They were really going at each other. Like, these 2 are... these 2 just don't hold any punches. As they, think both get a decent exit at Parabolica. So I think it's just down to Slipstream now. So, who is going to... That is very tight. Oh...
Side by side, a little small bump.
Bit of a bump.
Another one.
Oh, and...
Wenham has to go over the sausage curb. There's your sausage update. And dropping back.
My mind just clicked on that one. Oh. I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning and I never got back to sleep, so yeah. I've got some Red Bull. So it's fine. But yeah, the little bit of a squeeze there, but you know, they're still on track. They're still how they were, so no nothing major on that one, but obviously possibly a little bit of unhappiness with obviously the contact, and it does look like the 2-1-3 is going to reset and try and go for round 2, because that is... They're getting very close. Ferraris are managing the bumps very well today.
I'm actually surprised by how well they managed to deal with the curbs. We mostly talked about the BMW just being able to take it like a champ. But the Ferrari, they seem to get hold of them pretty well as well. So we have Trevor now setting up another move into turn 1. Hoping for less contact this time around. We are on board with Trevor. So using the slipstream, creeping closer. It's a very long streak.
But I think he's a bit too far back this time.
Not even thinking about the move, just tucking in behind.
Yeah.
So we'll surely go back to this battle, but at the moment also the fight for P22. That's Hubert Szymanski on Van Ruiten. Just one of the back markers getting out of the way. Szymanski as well, not thinking about a move into turn 1 and tucking back behind. So for the moment we will go back to Trevor Wenham. Currently through Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2. Still just sticking back. Trevor, we know from the GT3 League, very, very good driver, but also very cautious driver. You never really see him try any dangerous moves. And with 3.5 hours to go in this race, that would also be a bad idea. Still a lot to play for.
Yeah. I mean, there's... Oh! He's lost it!
Speaking of this...
Malinowski's lost it. Oh, did he take a little bit too much on the... what happened there?
So we just go into the replay. We can see, Malinowski on the exit curb to the left. Just getting a bit too far. Small bump, unsettling the car. And also now losing P6. So Malinowski now on P7 for the Crown Fiesta Esports team.
That's going to be a major hit for them. Especially just in terms... Well, not only are the tyres going to be a little bit hotter than...
Tyres are going to be a little bit hotter
than he wants, yeah. And also got, like, he can't push us as much as he'd probably like to. And that'll definitely affect him, especially coming through a Sky. It's like, do you go for the same line or do you try and change it a little bit? And it can completely throw you out of a groove if you do something like that. I do believe they may get in a little bit of trouble for that. Hello, Mr. Shenter. But yeah, that's very unfortunate for the 869 crew. No doubt they've got the pace to get back up there, but it is just it's a little bit of a not ideal for them. So we'll have to see how far they can claw back. 57 and 58, still 16 seconds, so not getting too much time back.
Yeah, we're basically just managing the gap at the moment. Don't think we should expect any big battles happening for the front 3 positions. At the moment, the only battle I can see going on is the one for P11. It's between Raining Thunder and Pavel Jasabowski for the 501 Ferrari, who we saw with some bad luck a few minutes ago, crashing out from, I think it was P7. And having to do one extra pit stop, so they will want to fight back, but at the moment still have to stick behind the BMW.
Yeah, it was a little bit later on the brakes there for the Ferrari, so it will work out for them. Turn 1 is probably one of the hardest braking zones, not just at the start of the race, but especially like halfway through the race, and your tyres are starting to go a little bit. Going a little bit the opposite direction to where you'd want them to go. you can't brake as aggressively as you once could. But then pit stops come around and a fresh set of tyres, and they just feel lovely again. But yeah, it is always a gamble as to whether you'll be able to make turn 1 at your normal braking point. That the N7 Bentley keeping very nicely and tidy out of the way. Is he going to have a look on the inside down towards Ascari? He is.
See if he manages to outbrake the car. He does.
Oh,
a little bump.
A little bit of contact.
And I think that was still in the bounds of legality.
Yeah, just it was a love tap. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're good.
Because that small bump compromising the exit for Raining Thunder. So Jazabowski already making up 1 second after that move. And now on P11, firmly securing P11. And I think that was it for the moment as far as any on-track battles go. So around half of the race over. Things settling down a bit. The teams, I guess, just managing exhaustion. Now I'm starting to forget how to speak. They are tired.
Completely change your words, yeah. Yeah, because I mean they'll have been practicing since this morning just to try and just get a feel for the cars, make sure that they're all comfortable, make sure they've got strategies set out, like who's starting the race, who's doing this, just making sure like they'll have had this stuff sorted like long before, but it's all you always you have to double check it on the day, like you just have to. So it's, I don't know, it's just one of them things. It's just like you can't trust it unless you check it in the morning. So yeah, I mean the drivers who are like probably later on may get a little bit more rest, because obviously then not starting the race. It's interesting how the teams split them up as well, because some will have just alternating, so like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 all the way to the end, whereas sometimes it might be 1 for like 2-3 hours, then 2, and then 3 for the end. It's yeah,
we have the case with the 869 team with 3.5 hours to go. One of the drivers, Jardier, hasn't actually been in the car yet, so normally that would mean they have a fresh driver going into the car at the end of the race. But Jardier, being Jardier, is actually not resting right now. He's doing an iRacing race. Currently racing Porsches around the Red Bull Ring.
Oh, the Pesk. Of course he is. I saw him in the chat for the Super Bowl, but yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from Jardier, to be honest. Like, I swear either oil or race fuel runs in that man's veins, not blood.
I wouldn't think he would actually manage to not race for 5 hours.
Oh no, the only time he doesn't race is when he's asleep. That's for like, it seems like he just wakes up, has breakfast, and then just races all day, and then goes to sleep again. Like, he doesn't stop. And it's just like, the man's insane. Like
and I can't blame him for it. If I would be able to do the same, I would.
Oh yeah, like if I had as much skill as Jade does, like I would just do everything. But I'm not as skilled as Jade, so I need a break after a while. It's like I didn't touch. There's a 10-hour Silverstone race. Me and 2 other guys teamed up for it. None of us touched ACC for a week after that, because we were all just like, okay, we're just gonna have a nice break. Not gonna do any racing. Not even gonna think about it. Just play something else.
Now, I also think it's pretty much the difference between how guys like Jardier or George Boothby, they are basically racing non-stop. So for races like this, they don't have to practice. Whereas for me, and I think many drivers in the lower tiers who are just not that skilled, preparing for one of these endurance races, you do it weeks before. It's just such a massive event, you just want to get it right. So at the end, you're just completely burnt out.
Oh, yeah. 100% get it. It's like the next race I've got is Laguna Seca, and I need to practice, but I don't want to. Because I'm doing it in a McLaren. Like, I've done Laguna Seca in an IndyCar on iRacing. So much fun. Not so much in a GT3 car. No thank you. Although I probably prefer the McLaren to the new Ferrari, that new Ferrari challenge. No. No thank you.
I think pretty different opinions on that one.
I hate Laguna Seca, I'm sorry. Like, I just don't like it. I'm sorry. Like, there's a few tracks I just don't like. There's a couple of tracks I completely despise. So yeah, I am sorry. If anyone in the chat's a big fan of Laguna Seca or it's their local track, I am very sorry. I just don't like the track.
Well, I don't know if it's anyone in the chat's favorite track, but it is actually my favorite track.
I'm sorry, Tetra. I just don't like it. It's like, I really like Silverstone, but a lot of people hate it, and it's just like, I might sound biased because I'm British, but no, I genuinely just love the track. It's just fun for me. And there's a lot of people that's just like, I hate Silverstone. I hate it to the core. It's like Monza. Oh, a 15-second penalty for car 30. Let's see what that's about.
Car 30, that's the Aston Martin. That's the Superior Vantage team. I don't think that's the right team name, actually.
It was between...
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it was between the car 30 and the 871. So the McLaren... 15-second time penalty for car 30 for causing a collision, and they get 2 license points as well. So that's another thing that may start stacking up, especially after today, is license points, which, yeah, I could see the reports from Race Control. That's a lot of license points going out, which they do need to be careful with. Yeah, that's...
And just on track, we had another car losing it out of Ascari. That was the car 46 of Christian Camprega. Don't think he lost any position. And just before that, I think we had Daniel Krebs losing it at the same spot, but I messed up the replay and didn't go back far enough. So we can only guess.
Yeah, Ascari's getting... I'm not surprised to find out that both the 46 and the 169 are McLarens, which do not handle Ascari well, as he goes... The 169 goes wide at... There's an 8... The 808 stopped at Ascari, possibly in the gravel, and taking to the gravel again to get out of the way. So a little bit of trouble there for the 808 again.
Yeah, they also they went a bit too far to the right at the first part of the chicane and just crashed into the wall.
That is a fair old whack.
So we have a few battles now starting to develop down the grid, and you're just being caught out that you're just scared of hills because you don't like Laguna Seca, I guess.
Like, I mean, Monza, I'm always two minds about, because it can be fun, but then sometimes I just absolutely hate it. It's just, yeah. I love Imola. Imola is one of my favourite tracks, without a doubt. Is it a DLC track? Yes, but I love it. And I will fight anyone who says that it is the worst track in the game, because it's just not.
Definitely not by a long shot. On track at the moment we have Hubert Szymanski, again trying to get past Van Rüten. I'm pretty sure we have seen this battle before as well. So 199 car against the 999 car. That's a very German battle actually. It's the 99999 battle.
Oh god. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Oh, the jokes. That's what you expect from us at AOR. Very bad. Best Donington. Ooh, I'm scared of the hills. I'm not scared of the hills. I'm scared of crashing when I go down the hill. And I know what hill you're on about, Tim. Don't call me out. I know what you're on about. I don't like corkscrew, okay? Donington, best UK track? I wouldn't say best UK track. For me personally, it's Silverstone, but Donington is a good track. I hate Snetterton. Snetterton is the worst UK track. Fight me. Yeah, I can't wait for some of the. They've announced some US tracks, haven't they?
I think they haven't announced it yet. Oh, and we have a crash between Van Ritten and Szymanski into turn 1.
Oh.
Szymanski just... I think Van Ritten missed his braking point there.
That's a pile-up.
Few back markers getting caught out by that crash.
Yeah, not much that could have been done there from the back markers. Probably taking a little bit more caution, because it's not like turn 1 is completely unsighted. Like, you see everything. So if you see cars there, it's like, you could probably take a little bit more caution there.
And I think, yeah, Van Ritten just letting Szymanski go past. Very, very well done. Fair play.
Yeah.
So taking the blame for the crash and just giving the position back.
Yeah, getting out of the way of the guys that possibly got caught up in that as well. And yeah, so there's going to be some possibly going to be some front aero damage on that, which isn't going to it's not going to help at Monza.
Further up the grid, we have the number 10 car. I think the only Lexus on the grid, chasing down Daniel Krebs and just getting past.
Wide of Latusk running wide at, lo and behold, Ascari. A lot of cars starting to run a little bit wide at us. Run either just completely hitting the curb on the exit, or just running wide into the gravel and the grass at Ascari now.
I again messed up the replay and didn't go back far enough. Sorry that you missed that overtake.
Who have we got in the pits right now?
That's the 177 and the number 30 car going into the pits. Number 30 car having to serve the penalty, so the 177 will get past. And we also have the
damage as well.
We have the 999 car going into the pits. That's Van Ritten, yeah, repairing the damage.
Yeah, Monza's one where you don't want to lose. Rear aero's not as bad as front aero around Monza, because the front aero will always hit you more than the rear.
Another car with a bit of front aero damage, probably a 666 car, went off in less mode 2 and into the wall. Lost a bit of time.
Yeah, so we'll see how they go. I mean, the McLaren doesn't have as much front aero as you probably like. You can't change a splitter, so you get any front aero damage on the McLaren, it's gonna just make it a lot more difficult. No matter how comfortable you are with the car. Are they staying out? Yeah, they're staying out. So the 666 is soldiering on. Yeah, they've all seemed to have leveled out a little bit. I mean, there's Andrade seems very comfortable. He's got the gap to back to near 20 seconds up front. So
yeah, we haven't managed the front runners for quite some time now. But to be honest, there's not a lot happening at the front, so not much to talk about. The two Funware Racing teams are setting the pace of the race. Very, very solid, very consistent drives. Which of course has the downside of not being mentioned on commentary that much. But still, nevertheless, they have to be complimented for the performance so far. And let's see if they can keep it up for the next 3 hours. As we are still looking for any battle on track that we could talk about, but at the moment, I don't think any battle really developing.
No, none at the minute. They're all holding station, and yeah, I mean, there hasn't been really much. The only overtaking we've seen really is if people are making mistakes at the moment, and yeah, I've noticed that I think 2 or 3 McLarens have had issues on the exit of Ascari, trying to take too much of a bite out of the exit curb, and yeah, it just can. Depending on how you hit it, depends on how much it unsettles the car. There's a point where you can take a fair amount of curb and basically have the sausage go straight under, basically where like a skid block would be, right under the middle of the car, and it's perfect. But a lot of them are either going a little bit too far to the left or too far to the right, and it completely stuffs the car, especially if you hit it wrong on the rear.
Which is exactly what just happened to Daniel Krebs in P16, who was, I think, a bit confused by the 87 car unlapping itself, went a bit wide through Ascari, and now struggling to keep the position from Donata Pereca in P17, who's now trying to dive to get past before turn 1. And I think he got past on this occasion. Or did he? No, he actually didn't. So Daniel Krebs better on the brakes into turn 1 and hangs on to P16 for the moment. As we have Raining Thunder going off. What happened here? Big shunt into the wall. Think. Yeah, a tail as old as time. Lost it into Ascari, and that wasn't actually Raining Thunder hitting the wall. That was some other car in the front. But back to the battle for P16.
Oh, that was a Lambo going quite wide there. Who was that?
That must have been Cars 969.
It was not a Lambo, it was the Aston Martin of Erdmann, a back marker getting very squirrely there. And just possibly getting in the way of Krebs a little bit there. So possibly cost the Audi a little bit of time coming down towards Ascari.
He lost around a second.
Yeah.
And has to concede defeat for now. And that fight for P16. So I think at this stage, backmarkers clearly playing a role. Because for the drivers in front, it's always pretty annoying to have to deal with backmarkers, even though it is part of endurance racing.
Yeah, I mean
Speaking of which,
and that Aston needs a new set of tyres as well. Oh, did they just hit the McLaren as well? They just hit a backmarked McLaren, I believe.
Not quite.
24 Strugaler.
I saw a second yellow flag as well.
That might be for the Aston that was doing a bit of a Tokyo drift. That was, not sure what. I'm not sure what the plan was there. Not just from the Aston, but also the Audi as well. There was plenty of space to just keep the line, and they were right alongside as well. So why they tried to change it up, I don't know. That was, if I'm honest, I personally think that was just unnecessary. to try and just force the Aston out of that, because the Audi is clearly faster. So why you try and like block that there? I genuinely do not know. So we will have to see what comes of that if anyone is, if the steward, even if it's reported to the stewards, if someone finds another one at the root cause of that, as that 45 has gone a little bit 45 did run a little bit wide there, didn't it, Strelnikov? And again, it's through Ascari. Yeah, McLaren's not the best around Monza. It's very good in a straight line at Monza. It's just when it comes to the twisties at Ascari, it's just not... Manu, it's not great at the second Lesmo either.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be struggling through both of the corners. I think most of the time when we cut to any car just losing it out of Ascari, at 50-50 it's a McLaren.
Yeah. I know it's... The McLaren can be really planted, but it can also be extraordinarily skittish. Like, you can do a number of things to try and change it, one of them being drive slower, but obviously that's not how racing works. You don't drive slow, especially at the temple of speed. It's just no. But yeah, the McLaren's not best suited to Monza. It's very good at Spa, I will say that, which I believe is the track we're heading to next.
Yeah, 12 hours of Spa coming up next in 4 weeks' time, I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be an interesting one. Very, very different track compared to Monza.
Because Monza's basically a high speed. It's basically... I'm willing to bet you're basically planting your foot for about 75% of the lap.
And just on the battle we had for P16, that's now definitely over. So we just seen the Audi of the 115 slamming into the wall out of Ascari.
That was a massive whack, that.
So I'm pretty sure they will have to dive into the pits and repair damage.
Yeah, they're doing it now. They're keeping very off to the side. That is a lot of damage to that Audi. That's unfortunate. Was there contact between the two?
Don't think there was, but I don't think I went back far enough into the replay once again.
Oh, McLaren of Strelnikov has got very close to the Bentley of Mulholland as well. So this is going to be... The Bentley's really good on the brakes, but the McLaren's really good at top speed, so...
Just staying on board with Mulholland, the massive boatly rear wing makes this camera not that useful, I just realized.
Yeah, who'd have thought?
So just jump on board with the 45, Dennis Trenikov, who's done pretty well so far this race. Or rather, the whole Crazy Flies racing team has started P14, currently P10, and looking to make that P9. Let's see how close he can get through Ascari. Or if we will see another McLaren losing it out of Ascari, which of course we do not hope.
Oh!
Oh!
You had to say it. You had to say something.
Yeah, that one's on me.
That is on you. Yes, that is extraordinarily on you, Tetra.
I think that was the worst one I've done so far.
Like, can I report a commentator to the stewards, please? Cursing drivers.
So I'm not going to say anything this time as we watch the 999 car of Dejan Jokic chasing after Scooby-Doo for P25 from N7 Racing, the 117 car.
No, it's fine. It's not a McLaren. You can be fine. It's a Bentley and a BMW. They're fine.
Should I be worried that this is the junction with which I've rejoined the commentary booth?
It's okay. It's
We're
okay,
reporting
Benny.
commentators to the stewards
No, it's fine.
apparently now. So
Tetra's cursing drivers. Tetra said something about a McLaren on the exit of Ascari, and what happens halfway through Ascari, a McLaren gets out of control. Just oh, I was looking forward to that battle down to turn 1 between Scooby-Doo and Doshik. Never mind.
Scooby-Doo ending it pretty prematurely, as we are also entering another pit stop phase. But I don't think, at least at the front part of the grid, I don't think the pit stop phase is going to decide any positions for the moment. Pretty big gaps all over the top 10.
Here's my question. Look at speaking of the front, right? When do you want to pit? Because I understand we're entering the pit stop phase, but the leader's kind of like right in the midst of quite a bit of traffic. So do you pit now and try to come out behind all that traffic and see if you can avoid it? Or when do you actually decide, okay, it's time to come in?
Yeah, I think most of them have maximized the stint time so far, which you always want to do in case anything goes wrong, so you just have a bit of flexibility. So now might just as well be the right time to use that advantage and avoid the traffic. But then again, it's pretty difficult to judge where you will come out and if you're just going to make it worse for you.
That's true. It is a rather large field, right? But I mean, just looking at the mini-map, you would think in the leader's case that it wouldn't be a bad idea, right? I mean, the 999 kind of back to the 1999, or 199, I should say. So the 999 to the 199, about to enter the parabolic of that group of cars. So I'd be a little concerned coming out there. But if you come out behind them, you know, by some gap, you're pretty much in the clear.
Yeah, if you're anywhere near the end of the lap or the start of the lap at the minute, you're in a nice gap. Whereas if you're around the chicanes and Lesmos at the minute, you're not having a great time. There's a lot of cars around there, so for the race leaders, you got a lot of traffic to negotiate, and probably not the best part of the track. And keep an eye on Strugler 760 and P23 though, catching Ivanov in the 87 Bentley at quite a pace, under half a second. Also, Benny, what is your Satan track on ACC?
My state right now, it's not Zandvoort, the other track that begins with Z. Zolder. Yeah, because we went over this last race. Actually,
Yeah.
I don't think you were there. Was it you, Chinson? But
It was me.
I'm pretty green to ACC, guys. Okay, and for the chat, I'm somebody who's coming over from the Formula One game, so something that's supposed to be sim, that's very arcadey, over to something that's not arcadey at all, and very simulated. And my favorite, I went with the old, very American thing to do, and that's pick your favorite brand of car, right? And so that was Porsche. And I'm trying to drive a Porsche GT3 Cup around Zolder and not having a great time right now. So I think my Satan track might be Zolder.
Hold up. You chose the Porsche Cup car, not the GT3.
Listen, we all make rookie mistakes. We all start somewhere, okay?
Benny, the Cup car's got no traction control.
Listen, we all make rookie mistakes, okay? You know what the funny thing is, too? I'm not a good enough racer to race without TCS. I can't do it in F1. I can't do it in ACC.
Yeah. Porsche Cup. What do you think to that, Tetra?
Well, to be fair, coming from the F1 game, they also don't have traction control, at least for the pro drivers, I guess. But I'm going to be honest, that sounds like a mistake I would make.
Yeah, like Zolder's not Zolder's not the best track to get started with, unless that McLaren's going a little bit deep. The 760. Yeah.
Listen,
Not
have
the
you ever
best
heard the
track,
saying?
You chose the Porsche Cup car. Don't choose the Cup car. It doesn't have any TC. Don't choose the Porsche at all to start
I
with.
love
because-
Porsche though.
But on low fuel, it has no front end, Benny. And you chose the
Listen.
Cup car, which is worse.
listen. I'm having a heck of a weekend. Okay, I had a fire. So, for those who don't know, right, just to fill some time, but I had a fire alarm go off on me mid-cast last night. So I had to step away from the computer and just let the game run for like a good 20 minutes, no commentary, because the fire alarm was just going off in the building. I got home real late. I woke up. I've corrupted my ACC data. I had to completely reinstall the game. I'm already regretting life choices on 5 hours sleep.
There's been
Here we go again with
Ooh.
Porsche GT3 Cup and Zolder. But who's that? Number 57.
Yeah.
Yeah, the race leader 57 went into the pits.
Oh,
the
yeah,
first
they're
of
the race
the-
leader. I forgot that. I can never remember which way around.
And we have
That's
the
an early
213
stop.
stopped on track. Sorry to cut in. 213 stopped on track.
Oh!
Oh!
Jesus! Yeah, sorry headphone users, that was a massive smash. That was hit by the 169 and I could see one of the headlights on that flashing. That is a lot of damage. The front end is hanging off that. It had to be a McLaren, didn't it?
So we can see, yeah, just losing it again out of Ascari. And then trying to rejoin, just getting smacked by that 165.
They lost it in the middle of the corner.
That's disaster for the 213.
Disaster for the 169, who's been having a pretty decent race all considered. Tremont Racing just kind of hanging around here in P16, P15 all race, and that's a lot of damage on that car.
Yeah, you can see the car bonnet just absolutely smashed, and just the same for the 213 behind them, who's now flashing the lights in dismay. I mean, that's gotta be, what, 20, 30 seconds of repairs, probably at the very least.
It was a 213 that lost it around the corner, right?
Yeah, exactly. Stopped on track,
Okay.
just looking for the space to rejoin. I think the 169.
I don't think there was any way to save that. They spun it in the middle of Ascari. The curb just got the better of them, and the back end just spun round. Just absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing they could have done. And I think someone questioning the 169 in the massive mistake from the McLaren.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Tim?
Yeah,
I wouldn't blame the 169. If anything, I'd be looking at the 213. But also amongst us, by the way, Povilas Kilimakis, the 720 McLaren, Beaver Grease Racing Lithuania, has come into pit. So our second place runner in the pits.
We will probably come out in P4. I think that's...
Yeah, Pashka's already gone through in the BMW.
Yeah. The 58 Andretta currently still pitting, as we have again yellow flag for the 213. So they just came out of the pit.
Hey, oh, come on.
What happened there?
I don't know. Let's have a look.
He
Yeah,
just
they
blasted
went out
through
of-
the chicane, the runoff out of the first chicane. The name's escaping me. The Redifilio. I don't know why. I don't know why he had a yellow flag, but I know he just. I heard a pop.
No, they came out of the pits and another car just punted them into turn 1. I'm not quite sure which car it was.
I'm just going through the list now to have a look.
So yeah, probably some damage again, just after they came out of the pits to repair the damage. The race being undone in the span of, what, 2 minutes?
Massive mistake from the 213 coming out of the pits. How could you come out of the pit? No, I'm just messing with you.
Oh, that was it was the number 10. That's the Lexus, I believe. Yeah, the number 10 Lexus. It's difficult to say that because the Ferrari came straight across and the Lexus just had a lot more speed. coming into turn 1, and probably didn't expect the Ferrari to just cut across there coming out of the pits. So that's a difficult one to call, I'd say.
I don't know. You can cut across the pit exit. I don't. Well, not the pit exit, but just the racing line, I think.
Yeah, I mean yeah, I mean it's the thing is, like, once you're past the pit line, like you can rejoin the track, but like if you see, like, they will have definitely got blue flags from that. No, they wouldn't. That was for position. Yeah, probably on the 2-on-3 there for not. I'd personally say the 2-on-3 just from cutting across there, and yeah, just being a little bit unpredictable in terms of, like, fair enough, you're racing, but like stick to the line you're currently on rather than trying to cut across. And yeah,
Probably also a bit of frustration going on in the cockpit after that big shunt just a few minutes before that.
I mean, it'll take a hot minute for the driver of the 2-on-3 to just try and get back into it. Not only just from having that spin at Ascari and getting absolutely walloped by a McLaren head on, but also that knock at T1. That's gonna, like, stuff like that. You don't really want it to ruin your race, but it can knock you out of the rhythm you've had for a while. And Heil has been in the car for quite a while, so.
Well, I just want to keep you guys also pinned on this battle for P8 right now between Mulholland and Strelnikov, which is brewing, going down to the Ascari chicane right now. I would say this, though, right? And I would make the same point to what Tim is saying in chat. Tim said the 169 must not have seen the yellow flag and taken its standard line through the racing chicane. Even under yellow flag conditions, you're allowed the standard line. Like, the racing line isn't the issue, but it's about rejoining the track safely. And I think you could take, if I'm the steward at least, right, I would take that same approach to what happened at the pit exit between the 213 and the 10. I would say, okay, yes, the 213, you don't have the blue flag. You're racing for position, but you have to rejoin the track in a safe manner, right? Whether that's from an off-track incident or that's from the pit lane. So if you are coming onto the track and cutting across, is that really a safe manner in which you're rejoining racing traffic? And in my instance, I would say that no, that's not. So I'm actually going to look to see if the stewards are going to penalize the 213, because at least for the pit lane incident, I didn't get a good, clear view of the incident, the Ascari chicane. So I'll leave judgment for that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how the Ascari incident unfolded, I'd probably. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of on the 2-on-3. They made a mistake going through a line. It upset the car. They couldn't catch it. That's one thing that happens at Ascari. Like, it. Yeah, I mean, car control probably wasn't the greatest there, but yeah, the 2-on-3 may be getting in a bit more trouble for that. For not so much for, like, stopping in the middle of the track. And like not even trying to move out of the way, just staying where they were. Especially at the exit of Ascari is probably at least for me is a dangerous thing. A little bit of an update as well. The 117 BMW Bentley going quite nicely up against another Bentley. Boat versus boat. Who's going to be late on the brakes?
Yeah, we've seen that battle over the last few corners. Probably the only battle going on right now that isn't going to be interrupted by a pit stop any second.
Probably.
Speaking of pit stop, because we have missed quite a bit of the pit stop phase because of that 2-1-3 drama. The lead car, the 58, still yet to pit, as Robin Moe is thinking about a move into turn 1, not thinking about it, doing it very late on the brakes, but misses too late on the brakes and can't take that position. So hanging back for now.
Yeah, it just went a little too deep. Look, he had to go for the move, right? He had to go deep into turn 1. but he just went a little too deep. He had no real turn in line for the second part of the chicane, so just had to give the position back. Still doesn't lose a lot of time in having to do so. Still right behind this, forgive me if I pronounce this wrong, but this 27 Project Reminiscence Bentley number, or 27th Project Reminiscence Bentley number 7, driven by, is that Manuel Dukes? Is that Dukes? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, Dukes. Dukes.
Okay.
Not quite sure.
My German is not. I used to work for a German company, but that was 4 years ago, and it's not. It's taken a bit of a tumble, we'll say. But nonetheless, this N7 racing car with this fan favorite livery, certainly, is looking to get the move done. Maybe if not on this lap, certainly down to the Redophilia. You think it could line up a good move here?
All depends on the exit from Parabolica. They've got enough. Like enough of a gap to focus on their lines as opposed to trying to get past. So it will all be about a pretty good exit. Although the 117 did get a better exit, and it's got slipstream as well. Here we go.
So pretty much the same move he tried last time around.
Will he think better of it? Will he think better than he did last time?
Definitely early on the brakes.
That's how you do it.
He makes it stick. Very nice move. And
Next time round.
into P27.
Nicely done. There's another battle brewing just up the road as well. I believe that's P21. Is that for? It's
It should
Mr.
be P21, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Curbs. It's looking like in the 169. So nice battle brewing around the Lesmos. Actually, looks like the pass already been done as I swapped over to it. Donato Porcea losing out on P21 to Daniel Curbs in the Drehelmont Racing. That was the 169 that, remember, you got absolutely slammed into the what was it, the 213, I want to say, or was it the 215?
Yeah, 213, yeah.
Yeah, around Scar. So already trying to recover positions up into P21.
I think Poreka's still holding on a bit. Staying within 4 tenths, now 2 tenths, basically for the entire lap. Doesn't try anything into Parabolica, but now can set up a move into turn 1. As we have seen so many times this race. Bit of a wider line through Parabolica.
Just as an update as well, 58 saw Andrade's in the pits.
Yeah, the race leader now diving into the pit should come out on P2, as we see Poreka going past. And yeah, making it work as well. So Daniel Krebs now down into P22. And we'll just wait and see where the 58 car comes out. But I do think it should be in P2.
I want to apologize. I called him Curbs. It's Crepes. You're right. Absolutely. Apology. By the way, the 101, Nikolai Noritsky, in the Silver Racing Team X Euro Wash BMW number 101, really loosened the Parabolica. Almost lost it on the entrance to the Parabolica. So Andrade comes out, it looks like, in the lead, but maybe partly due to that bad entry into the Parabolica from that BMW number 101.
Yeah, the 101, of course, still also has to pit. They're an hour into their stint at the moment. So they are going long. Have a lot of time to play with for the last few pit stops. So 58 back in the lead, even after the pit stop. And I don't think we will see any big changes. In P6, just jumping out of the Porsche into the Ferrari. Javier on track right now. P6 for Clown Fiesta Esport. The 869 car.
It's nice to see Jarrier's finally joined us from the world of iRacing.
should also get into P5 any second now, as we see Till Vonham going into the pits. I think the last of the front runners to pit apart from that BMW, the 101.
Here's a question I want to pose to both you gentlemen, right? We talked, it was posed earlier by actually our commentating compadre, Luke Etheridge. Great to commentate with him today. He said, if you get these 58, 57, right, and you get these, as the 101 is going to, is the 101 in the lead now? Where's 58 gone?
Oh yeah, the 58, I think they made a small mistake somewhere.
Yeah, the 101's taking the lead off of him. I just noticed that. So, but again, like you said, though, I think the 101 still has to pit. So, but here's the question. Now even more so, this question. Yellow flag out of power boggle. Actually, hold that thought. 871 is around, and
lost it in the middle.
Yeah, it is a tricky corner, especially if you. And I'm not saying he did put a wheel in the grass, but the moment you do, it's hold your breath kind of stuff. So at least that yellow flag's been cleared without incident. So the question I was going to pose is, you know, the 58 to 57, obviously the two Van Walt Sim Sports cars, 1 and 2. We said maybe if they got close together, like an hour ago, that they would have to race, that you would expect them to race because there's so much time left. That gap now, 7 seconds between the two, 7.2 after the mistake from the 58. So, as we're winding down, I know there's still 2.5 hours left, do not get me wrong, but as we are winding down the clock, do you get to a position where you stop racing and team orders become, you know, apart? And at what point of the race does that happen? Or do you just go for it and you race all the time?
I'm still not sure. I think we've seen, especially with Dennis Lutz in the car in the stint before this, he was chasing down the lead so fast and so ferociously. I don't think he would have set purple lap after purple lap if he didn't actually try to go for P1. So I don't think they will get any team orders here.
He's in the pits. One's in the pits. So it is 58 and 57 P1 and 2 again. Well, I think you're about 9 seconds between each other.
Your thoughts to that question, though, Chinson?
At the moment, I genuinely do not know. Because has the 58 made a couple of mistakes? Yes, but can they get back on pace? Probably. But it also, I think it'd more depend on what the 101 can do. Because if it's a fact where one of them is faster and they need them to kind of like drag them along with slipstream, I think they'd let them by. So if the 57's faster, but the 58 can keep within a certain window to get enough slipstream to get away, I think they would switch them, as opposed to letting them race. Because if they let them race, both of them would lose time to the 101, which ideally is not what either of them want to do.
Well, speaking of letting them race, battle for P13 between our second place silver class car, BMW 444, Daniel van der Linde in the GOAT Racing, that lovely pink livery. Absolutely love it. And the platinum class car just behind, and that is Christian Kampricker in Rising Phoenix Racing. Both cars having a pretty solid race, I have to be said. GOAT Racing, great to see them in the top 15 after what was a very eventful and unfortunate Silverstone outing, as he said. And then, of course, in the Rising Phoenix Racing car as well, also having a very solid race. So that gap just under 0.4 of a second between those two. We'll see if Kampricker can get past van der Linde. Well, I would certainly think the McLaren has enough speed, but the BMWs today, gentlemen, have shown quite the pace. So 3 of them in the top 10 here in Tier 1. And you have to think that might just give the advantage to van der Linde to stay in front.
Yeah, van der Linde, we've seen the 444 car, very strong showing from them earlier with Richard Benz in the car. And of course also Raining Thunder, just freshly making the way up to Tier 1 from going up from last season, and already with an impressive performance so far this race. And so far they managed to increase the gap around 1 second now. So we would think they are going to hang on to that 13th position, which will probably... sorry, I thought they were going to overtake the 920 through the pits, but the 920 back on track. Bit further up the road,
There's a bit of a train going through the second chicane right now, with P10 and 11, Hyler and Procina.
It's Lucian Procina trying to move on the 213 car by Hüller. 213 Ferrari, which we have seen smashed around the track over the last 30 minutes. Already back up in 10th.
I wanted to point out as well that the 199 Mercedes of Luca Zige, coach at Annan Academy, did get the move done down into Retifilia on the 666 of Martin Seinalter. So Platinum passing a silver class car, but the Beeswax Warburton's just going to slide in behind in P21. Nice move from the Mercedes as... like you said, up the road, Hyla now. I'm wondering how much from that car could have been repaired, because we'll see if he can...
Bless you.
Hey, thank you. Sorry. We'll see if he can hold on to a top 10 place. I'd be surprised if that car has the pace, is my point, after having such a massive incident in turn at the Ascari chicane.
They have had the damage repaired, but yeah, it'd be hard to say if they can keep the pace they had before, because we've now got to the point where the track will start dropping as well, and it is no longer as clear as it once was. So Monza's not completely lit, so they do have that challenge as well to handle, shall we say? Yeah. I don't know if you've raced in you've driven in the dark yet, Benny, but if it's a track that's not lit, i.e. Silverstone, it's absolutely horrible, because your braking markers go out the window and halfway across the track as well. They're just awful. It's just awful. I don't like driving in the dark.
Oh, and we have Jadia off from P6.
Oh, come on, Jadia.
Also losing it through Ascari. Don't think there was any contact. Let's have a look. No, just lost it over the curbs. Not too bad. I think he recovered good enough.
Can they rename Ascari, please? They've renamed Parabolica. They can rename Ascari. Actually, no, they can't.
No, I don't think you want to rename a Sky. Leave that man's legend intact, please.
Everybody's losing it there.
Going by my track record also so far, sorry to interrupt you, while we're watching this one, the 501 car actually got past the 213. So keeping up with the trend of missing the overtakes with every battle I watch.
Speaking of which, there's a nice little battle for P16 at the minute, Morkies versus Ludwigs. They're about 10th behind each other, coming down to, wouldn't you know it, Ascari.
Yes, that's no McLaren involved this time. It's the Lamborghini on the Lexus. Thinks better of it.
Yeah.
So 213 losing the position, and now the car they came together with in turn 1 a few minutes ago, the car number 10, under threat from the 969 car. This is also for P2, P3 in the silver class.
Look,
that was
around
very
Parabolica.
well done. That was really good from the Lamborghini, that.
Yeah.
Really nice on the brakes.
I was going to say, when Hanzik did lose it around Ascari, it was Hyla right behind him, and now like within half a second of. So maybe we just rename it the Hyla chicane. Well, maybe that's where we're gonna have to go. But
That seems a bit cruel.
that is a bit. I'm calling the man out, and he's not done much wrong. But there is a battle for P16, like you said, Broy. Ludwig's this Lamborghini getting around. A lot of lap traffic, by the way. That's they're just all over the place. There was another battle actually brewing that I wanted to say. I think it's down.
Someone's not very happy in the. Is that Mercedes coming through right now? As well.
Where at?
Yeah, that's P7 coming through. Sultan Sev just splitting the Lambo and the Lexus at the minute. The 176.
Yeah, I was stuck behind the battle for P16. I don't think he's in any sort of battle himself right now, so just getting a bit impatient.
Yeah. Kind of in a just a drive of their own at the minute, because next guy up is P6, Mr. Jardier, and he is nearly a full lap ahead, so not too far off. Again, we've currently reached a bit of a lull at the minute in the action and overtaking, which
I think the battle that Benny was alluding to is down on P29, P28, around 8 tenths separating them at the moment. The Crow Racing team, the all Croatian team, so forget about me pronouncing any of the drivers. Chasing down number 7, the Project Reminiscence, or also known as Single and Good Looking Car, currently driven by Manuel Dux.
I mean, you could just do the American thing and try to just pronunciate it and butcher it if you want, but or you could leave that to me. One of the two. But Kranishek, I want to say it's Kranishek, but in the Crow Racing team, finding a bit of pace. Dukes, this Bentley, having a bit of a difficult race, but he's gonna have to find some pace to keep his BMW at bay. We talked about the strength of these BMWs in the field, and we'll see if Kranishek can use that to his advantage. Trying to get really tight to the rear of Dukes and make sure he gets the slipstream. I think the gap. You talked about the gap being wide enough just to focus on the line. I think this one is going to be too wide for really Kranishek to get the run down to the Redophilia, right? I think it just might be, there might not be enough slipstream. It depends, like you said, on this exit. Actually, this exit of Parabolica from the 370 is not bad. This might be a move.
Not making much ground. I don't think he's going to go for it. It's not. He's only just started making ground now. Bit too far back.
Yeah,
oh, that Bentley ran wide. Maybe not the first chicane, but maybe the second chicane is where it's happening.
And this is what the Romagna chicane they're coming up to, right? So this might be the place where the move gets done. Real close. Goes to the outside now. He's thought better of it again. I don't think there's going to be enough track to get the move done down to the Lesmos, by the way.
No, he's a bit too far back now. Yeah, you need to be a lot closer than that to make a move down into Della Raggier. Pretty much need to be side by side going into that braking zone. They're just too far back.
We lost a lot of time there trying to let one of the front runners by. Not quite sure who that was. It's getting a bit too dark to recognize the cars.
I'm having the same trouble.
You have all these nice liveries, and then when it gets dark, you can't see them. It's like, put lights everywhere, please. Just fully light the track. Do what they do in like Bahrain. Just paint the track in lights.
I don't know about you. I don't know about you, gentlemen, but when you get to be my age, I don't think even the light's going to wind up helping. Jeez.
My eyesight's shot anyway, so...
It was actually the 28 car that got in the way, so not a front runner, but actually a back marker trying to unlap themselves.
Oh.
And yeah, very much holding up Crunchek.
There you go.
That sounded about right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I love Croatia, but I can't do your language.
Don't worry. Don't worry. If any of the teammates are in the chat, don't worry. They will let us know.
And up the front, we had the 444 car losing it. Think they just took a bit too much curb, 2 wheels in the air.
Oh, Van der Linde.
That was the man who I choose to call Dutch Van der Linde, because he didn't have a goddamn plan. Another one for all the Red Dead fans out there.
I like that. I like that. That's actually really good. When you first said Dutch Wonderland, though, I had Earth, Wind, and Fire jump into my head. I think. So, was that Earth, Wind, and Fire? That song?
I think it was, yeah.
You mean, aren't you on about Boogie Wonderland?
Yeah. It was Earth, Wind, and Fire, actually. Yes, that's the reference, Chinson.
Yes,
So,
it was.
Yes.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
When you get to be my age, not even the eyesight is going to fail you. The memory is as well. But that's that's the side point. Yeah, at least he's kept into P13 and has Van der Linde. He's not really anywhere close to competing with Sultanate, by the way, who, for a silver class car running P7, that's a really solid performance. But overall, back to the 444 Goat Racing. You remember, this is a team that struggled in the last race at Silverstone. I want to say they finished just inside the P30, like P32, as but nonetheless, great to see them recover and be back here with a top 15 performance so far.
So going back to that battle for P28, because it's pretty much the only battle happening at the moment, but also because it's a very good battle. Now they're again within half a second of each other. So Crunchek probably wanting to make sure he gets it done this time around, just so he doesn't have another back marker getting in the way.
A little bit loose out of the second chicane there. Back end just stepping away, so... running quite wide at the first Lesmo as well.
And now, of course, he has the opposite problem, because behind him,
leader.
that's the P58, the race leader, yeah. P58, sorry, the car 58.
Can he take advantage of this? Because the Bentley in front will have to yield as well. So can he get a nice enough exit to tighten up to try and get in touch with that Bentley?
I like what Kranishek did, by the way, to let the leader by. He let him by on the run down to the Ascari chicane and almost just let the leader make a more of a natural pass, right? So Kranishek didn't really lose a whole ton of time in letting the leader through. He's got the same problem again because he's got Kraft behind him, the number 26. That's P22. But still, you're absolutely right. He's trying to stay pinned to this gearbox of Dukes, who has let the leader go by now. So the leader's at least cleared, number 58. He's at least cleared both of these cars, and they still have to worry about that 26 behind. But Kranishek, it looks like he's actually gained about 2/10 from on the timing board. Oh, that's a really good exit, and he might get the move done here. He's going for it. And is he going to be able to into the Lesmos as well, trying to take the inside line? And I think he's got it. That's a very nicely done pass. Kraft is flashing Dukes, and not much he could do. These two racing for position, but Kranishek's by. That's P28 for the Crow Racing team.
And very clever to do it just in a moment where Kraft was so close to him. because that means that Dux had to let Kraft by and lost 1.5 seconds. So no
Yeah,
chance for him to counter-attack.
Very well done at the Lesmo as well, because if you... That's one of the corners. If you get a bad line, you're going to lose a lot of time there. So, a little bit risky, but the risk has more than paid off for them.
Bit further up the road for P24, we have Ruslan Valisev, car 87, and that beautiful Benetton-themed Bentley, trying to make his way past the 999 car, and another beautiful, not Benetton-themed BMW.
I think they've all calmed down at Ascari for the moment.
Also have Andy Vandervelde informing us that they are 52 seconds ahead of third, and quickly realizing it's the wrong stream, as Ruslan Valisev manages to get the move done through Parabolica, but Jokic getting back at him.
That is very close. Between it, getting a slipstream. That's a bump draft. That's the equivalent of a bump draft in NASCAR. Come on now. BMW holds it.
He pulled out of the attack there at the 87, and I think he had to. But I like the idea that he did, that he understood that he's going to lose it, so he tried to slot right behind the 87, get the slipstream immediately, and maybe use the rest of the straight, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Now he's that's a bit of a gap that's formed.
P3 has been off at turn 1. What has gone on there? I will have a look as soon as ACC decides to load the replay for me.
And we're just sticking with a battle while you check that one out. We also had a 2-1-3 going off again. That was after Ascari, but I don't think they lost any positions. Just
does that mean we can rename it the Hyla Chicane now?
I think at this point there's an argument to be made.
If you want to put a petition in for that, Benny, that's on you, buddy. Oh. Okay.
We should simply just stop talking about the corner, because we just saw Vasilev going wide out of Ascari.
So that was driver error by Kleminskis over paying too much attention to a backmarker Aston Martin that was letting them by and just completely stuffed the braking on that. So yeah, complete driver error and just completely missed turn 1. So it was like, okay, I'm going to go this way now.
So the battle for P24 also ending prematurely after Vasilev went through the gravel out of Ascari. For those of you keeping up with the drinking game that Luke proposed at the start of the race, please call an ambulance. It's time.
I've missed this drinking game. What is this drinking game that Luke has recommended at the?
You're not going to start.
Just take a sip every time someone loses it out of Ascari.
No way. That's it. That's the only rule of the drinking game.
I think
it would get you drunk.
It was either Arcatuthus or Tim that suggested if you don't want to drink, eat a sausage. And there was a bit of an argument between the two. It's like no shop or store has enough sausages to actually supply that. Like there would be a pork shortage, or you know, like the vegan equivalent if you're of that. Like,
the argument is inflation's bad enough. Please do not do that to the meat market.
Yeah, like everything's going up. Let's not increase the like I like bangers and mash. Thank you very much. I don't want to be paying like £5 just to have sausages and potatoes. That was the Lord of Sausage, Mr. Ark. I'm okay. Like Is there a quote page on the AOR Discord? I want that quoted. I want that quoted from. I'm snipping tooling that from Mr. Tim. I am snipping.
We do need to get a famous commentator quotes for us AOR commentators. That would be fantastic. But
I want this pinned in our commentator chat. I'm posting it in our commentator chat. I want someone to pin it. So if anybody who can help me with that.
Well, as you do that, we are actually now in a bit of a lull. I think there's not even towards the back markers are there really any fights for position going on. So I haven't seen anything come through the stewards actually about tier 1. So
No, it's been quite quiet for tier 1.
Yeah, and
considering the start of the race is a nice breather.
I just think I was actually expecting maybe to see something about the 2 incidents that involved the was it 126? I want to say the 176, right? No, the who clambered into the 213, the 169, right? So
Yes,
I was expecting to see
the 169 McLaren. It depends on where the stewards are, because they usually do. From what we've seen, the stewards deal with like reports in bulk, so they'll get a load of reports and then pop them through when like a certain chunk of them have been done. But obviously they do need to have a look at everything and decide this, that, and the other. So it's not as simple as, oh well, they clearly made a mistake. Like, one thing they do check is they check throttle traces, they check steering inputs,
Yeah.
they do check quite a lot of stuff. So like in terms of like how the stewards do stuff, it's not as simple as, oh, they clearly made a mistake, okay, penalise them. It's like, how bad was it? Like, what do they deserve?
Absolutely. I think too as well. I don't know if you've had a look at the Endurance Tier 1 chat, but
I have.
Taxi, our wonderful coordinator, posting probably the best comment all day with the. He says, "Let me check on the endurance race after a lovely day," and it's Grandpa Simpson just coming in and turning immediately about and leaving.
Yeah, that's I mean, I can't disagree with him. Like, the thing is, Monza's always gonna throw something nasty at you. No matter what, it will always throw something nasty.
I don't know why, because it's such a I guess mainly because it's such a simple track. It's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I mean, compared to other, I think it's very simple. It's 3 chicanes and 2. It's 3 chicanes and 3 turns. Like that's 4 turns.
How many times have you successfully made it round in the Porsche Cup so far, Benny?
Well, I haven't raced it in the Porsche Cup so far, so I'll come back to you on that one.
You drove it in an F1 car, correct?
Yeah, yes, that is correct.
Try it in a GT3 car, my friend. You will find it is a much different experience.
Well, of course, any track.
Don't try it in that Porsche Cup. Try it in either a Bentley or a BMW. I'm going to racing here.
In a Porsche Cup.
BMW. Just use the BMW. It's quite fast, it's stable, and it can eat curbs. Don't try it in the Porsche Cup, please.
I think I'm gonna have a go with the Porsche Cup, but I think, look, any track from Formula 1 to GT3 is going to act significantly different. My main point is that it's a very simple layout. Is my point. There's a lot of speed. And maybe that's where you get the ugliness, is because drivers want to carry a lot of speed. They can build a lot of speed, take a lot of speed into braking zones, right? And so when you get these battles that are really decided by hairs, fractions, just a tenth or two of a second, because all these cars are at such high speeds approaching these turns, maybe that's where the ugliness comes. Whereas, a much slower track would be a little bit more attuned for race. Yeah, exactly. So,
I mean, I say that like there aren't actually many tracks on the the GT calendars or in ACC that are actually that forgiving. I think probably the most forgiving is probably Paul Ricard, because other than tarmac, you've just got like 6 miles of runoff each side of the actual racing bit. The difficulty is that you think it is simple. Very well put, Diksha. Very well put. Thank you.
Meanwhile, just a bit of on-track action. Sorry to interrupt you. Jonas Kraft from the 26th. From team, 2 seconds off the pace. For Svet Hikamek, 1 second off the pace and went up into P21. Sinota from the 666 team. And that's about it for on-track action for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're at the point where like I think we missed the last pit stop again, like you said, Tetra, because of that little incident with the 213 and then the 169. But yeah, we're kind of like in the lull where pit stops. I don't know. It's a little bit hard to say, because if you've done a driver change, different drivers have different. They have different rhythms, they have different paces, and like, I don't know. I mean, the track's not even dropped that much. It's 9 p.m. game time, and the track's still 24 degrees. Like, for some tracks, that would be considered hot. I know at Silverstone that'd be considered hot.
Yeah, that's a good point. By the way, I think Digsha should. I think Digsha's onto something here with that comment. I think you should put that on one of those like monochrome photos of nature or something, and just have that framed to the difficulties that you think it is simple. There you go. Sell that on a poster. That's fantastic. But 720 is off. It's a big incident with the 720 and the 5 as well.
Oh, and look where it is. It's Ascar.
This time the entry trying to get past the backmarker. Just a bit of contact. 720 in the wall.
I mean, that's pretty much. I mean, there's 2 hours left, but you know what? I'm not even going to say it. But the 720's not had a good past couple of hours. It really has. It's had a bit of a difficult time. So I don't know. I mean, I think we're coming up. We're not far off the next round of stops, I don't think.
Should be around 15 minutes until the first few stops start. Yeah, we just talked about like the lull of the race. I think it's pretty usual towards like the last quarter, I would say, before a few drivers make desperate moves towards the end of the race, where not a lot is happening. But we've just seen 720, small mistake, and now suddenly finds himself under pressure from the 101 car for the last podium position. So
that was a point that I was going to make, is that gap went from 10 plus, by the way, to 2.2 seconds now between Radishak and Kilomaka. So that BMW right on the tail now.
So you're just thinking, okay, everything is settled. It's not a lot happening anymore. They have been in this position for a while now, and then one small mistake, which do happen after 6 hours of racing, and it's everything is open again.
Have to be alert on a street circuit.
That one I think needs to go. I like the rhyme, but I think that one needs to go back to the trolling board. I like the previous one, but fair play. You do have to be alert on a street circuit. It's not all wrong. Still, we'll see if
street circuit.
I don't think we have a street circuit. What's our next race?
Spa.
We have Spa next, and then Laguna Seca afterwards.
Everybody's favorite. Spa.
No, it's not my favorite. Oh God.
What do you think of Laguna Seca?
Oh, I love that track. Fantastic track. Amazing track.
You're gonna go on with great with Tetra then, because it's his favorite track on ACC.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's my favorite on ACC, but Laguna Seca is a legendary track that I adore.
I don't like it.
I'm not a big fan of. I love how Spa feels. I just don't like driving with wellies on. I can't stand it. You think driving in the dark is bad? Try driving in the rain. It just.
Oh, Spa's not that bad in the rain.
It's. God, I've had better places where I could take a bath. I'll put it that way.
Why are you taking a bath at a racetrack, bro? Racetracks are not meant for humans.
It certainly
They're meant
rains
for race
enough
cars.
there. It certainly rains enough. It's that you could take a bath. Is my point. Yeah, it's.
You've been to England. Like, don't talk.
We did.
You don't, I'm sorry. Like
We
I
did
know
commentate the Silverstone race that rained like 6 times last time. So yeah, actually,
rained before it went green. It started raining on the formation lap, bro. Do not talk to me about how bad the weather can get at Spa, because Britain will always outshine you.
No, it won't. It'll be raining. Can't outshine Spa. Still, okay, not too bad, But
we can put. I mean, okay. In terms of like complaining, I'm British. I'm built to complain. I can't speak for Benny.
I mean, I would say I'm a Philadelphia Italian. We're also built to complain, so it's all right.
How do you like the rain on ACC Tetra? Fan or no?
It really depends. I'm pretty bad in the rain. To be fair, I'm also pretty bad in the dry, but worse in the rain. But some of the most fun I've had on ACC was just that turnover point.
Dick just says there's a lot of crying here. I don't like the night.
Yeah.
I don't like the rain. He's not wrong.
I never said I don't like the night. I said that it's difficult in the night. I quite like it, especially when you get in a battle. It's really good, because then when you get ahead, it's just like it seems like you just disappear into the night. It's brilliant.
And that's as good of a segue as we're going to get for the battle going on right now for P8. That's Menno Krützen. I think I haven't talked about him so far on the track. Going after Dennis Strelnikov, who we have talked about a lot, actually. So battling for P8 right now. Closest battle on track. Let's see Bentley on the McLaren.
It's been a strong race from Strelnikov. That's partly why we've talked about him so well. The 45 just planted here in the top 10. Really, really, really good performance so far in this race from the Crazy Foul racing team. But under, like you said, under some pressure, Menno Krützen, front left tire scrubber esports, also at 781 Bentley, having a pretty good race. You know, a lot of positive things to say about both of these teams, because they've really put in a solid performance, and Krützen would love to get by this 45, maybe start to put some distance between them as well as we come up towards, like you said a little bit ago, it's going to be about 15 minutes before the end of the stint. We're practically approaching that now as well. So there's got to be, what, 10 minutes left in the stint, maybe, for these cars. So I'm sure Krützen would love to get the pass done prior to the stint, maybe get some distance between them and the number 45 ahead of the pit stops.
Just had Michael Masi Racing coming in, telling us that car 25 is porpoising, which is a bit weird because we don't have a car 25 on track.
No, but I'm sure he would let it. He would let that car unlap itself if it was.
Well, it is one of any cars.
No, only select cars. Only the number 25 is allowed to unlap itself.
Menno Krützen still hanging on the back of that McLaren. 1/10 now, while the camera films a bit of landscape for us, but I think we would prefer seeing this battle. Going a bit wide through Parabolica. Probably won't really gain a lot on the McLaren, but slowly he's building, coming closer. I think there was a bit of lag there. Let's see who's later on the break. Oof. Nearly came together. and Krutzen has to stay back for now. Yeah, Dick just asking a track in the chat. What are your favorite tracks in general and in this season?
Well, in this season, we've already played probably my most favorite one. That's Silverstone. I don't know how anyone can not. Aside from the weather, it's just such a historic track. But as we still watch this battle for P8 very closely, by the way, I think Krutzen might be good to line up another move, maybe down into the Parabolica, maybe down into turn 1. We'll see if he can get the move done. He's trying to close that gap. It's less than 2/10. So maybe we revisit that question after this battle's done, because I don't think he's got enough to make the move into the Ascari chicane, but we'll see if that wider line can get him the traction, the speed that he needs around the Parabolica. That's where they're headed down there now. He looks like he went through Ascari pretty cleanly. Strelnikov took a little bit more curbs than him, but that gap now 4/10. So this is the. Let's revisit that question, because this is the run that Krutzen's going to want out of Parabolica here. You can see he has no problem running it wider, and Strelnikov went up a little bit to meet him there, but is he going to have enough juice down the straight to get the move done? I think he's too far back, and I think he might know that as well, so it might have to be another lap.
Yeah, didn't manage to get anywhere close enough.
Yeah, favourite tracks in general, or favourite track in general? I mean, I guess I'm kind of inclined to say Silverstone because I'm British, but like, to race on, I'd probably say Spa's a lot more fun. Just from the ones in this season of Endurance Championship. Overall, I'd probably say Imola's my favourite, like to race on, because just Imola is just a lot of fun as a track. So yeah, surprisingly from the British person, not Silverstone. Honestly, like to observe and to like have a look around, I probably would say Silverstone, but like to actually drive on and race on, Spa's a lot more fun. Like there's a lot more. I mean, there is a lot more to go wrong, but it is also a lot more fun when you're actually racing and fighting people. So.
I would say, for me, I have 5 that I really like. Laguna Seca. Silverstone's probably my favorite. I enjoy Donington Park. Suzuka, for me, is one of the most legendary tracks. Absolutely love that track. And I've raced it in NASCAR. I've raced it in F1. I've raced it in GT3s. It's just, I love it every single time.
And then NASCAR's not being able to turn any other way but left.
Well, back in the old NASCAR, I think it was '98 for the PlayStation 1, they had Suzuka in there. They added a few like weird tracks that that NASCAR never actually, I don't think, went to, or at least didn't go to that season. And Suzuka was one of them. Fantastic track. I like Kyalami, I believe it's pronounced.
Kyalami is so fun.
A lot of fun, that track.
I love
really, really good. I do like Imola as well, actually. Imola's another track that's fantastic.
A little bit of a fight for P3. Kleminskis in the 720 is being chased by Ratajak in the 101. So I don't know what happened to the 101 there, actually.
I just think the 101's had a little bit of quicker pace. So Killamakis has been good.
Oh yeah. Has that BMW got damage, or is it always that open at the back and it's just the headlights?
I think it's just their livery. I was summoning up on that earlier too, yeah. Looks a bit weird, but they don't really seem to have damage, I think. Can't remember any incident they were involved in. Yeah,
I don't think
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think they do have any damage from the incident, but I do know that the 720 had that incident, right? And that they lost about 8 seconds. But prior to that, the 101 was slightly catching them every lap, and now that it was about 2.2, 2.4. It's now down to 0.9. So this 101 trying to lock out the podium with BMWs.
Yeah, so now we do have we've got a couple of battles on track, boys. We've got a battle for P8 and a battle for P3. We have racing. We have action.
You know what else we also have? We have pit stops. the end of the stint is pretty much here, right? So we have, I think, the 760s in the pits. I think there's another car that just came out of the pits, one of the back markers. So we're starting to see cars find their way into the pits again. So I would expect another 5-10 minutes maybe, and these cars will be 2
stops.
I would think so.
If you're on the ideal stop strategy, which obviously if you happen to be unfortunately entangled in the turn 1, the lap 1 shenanigans, you probably won't be. But yeah, if you're on the ideal pit pit timers, then 2 stops, this and 1 more for the last go. And then if you're on an alternate one...
Sorry to drop in. Car number 12, P5, having a bit of an off.
Yeah.
Lost some time there. Probably going to get lapped by P4 any minute now.
Yeah, the P4's coming through a scary now. Yeah.
But yeah, back to what you said. I think the teams on the ideal pit stop strategy, just having a look at the statistics, they can probably still get another 15 minutes out of their stint time. So that's currently the case for car 58. They are on 48 minutes right now. And crucially, car 101, who just got past the 720, who's gone into the pits. So car 101 still has 20 minutes to go in the stint, and now can use the free air they just gained to try the overcut, probably, depending on where car 720 comes out. So that battle for P3 that we had shaping up ending prematurely. It's now going to be a distant battle through the pit stops. Seeing who gets the faster pit stop, who can utilize the free air more effectively.
There's I think there's a bit of a battle for E26 at the minute. I was trying to figure out what it was. Sambig and Liu going up against each other, and they are quite in probably a little bit of an unfortunate group of cars, because I think P6 to Jardier is coming up on them at the minute in the 869. Car 57 has gone into the pits, so it is that time. So it will be Marlon Andrade who will likely take us round to 200 laps.
Rest of the front runners, I think, still doing a few more laps on the stint. As much as I have spoken about it, I'm pretty sure at this point we are not going to see any surprises in the weather. So pretty safe to just utilize the remaining stint times you have to maybe have a new driver at the end for just a short stint of 40-45 minutes. Always a good idea to just get one last stint in that's a bit faster. Fresher tires towards the end, less fuel load on fresh tires.
Apologies about that. Was just eating a bit of food. Yeah, the battles at the minute are. I mean, well, unfortunately, there are a little bit few and far between at the minute. But yeah, there is quite a nice group of cars coming through All the Lesmos. There's basically just a train of them at the moment. So good lighting around that portion of the Monza circuit. Although probably not the lighting you'd ideally want. As I am waiting for my timing to update. So Lee's dropped down a little bit, 4.9 seconds to some big now.
At the moment, we have the 87 of Ruslan Vasilev trying a move on the 115 Audi. Coming into Parabolica. Bit late, bit early on the brakes, actually.
Had a bit of a look. I think that he had a little bit of a look there and got early on the brakes just to try and shape the car up a little bit better there. So, probably going to try into T1. I imagine it's 310, so probably get it. We get the speed.
It doesn't manage it for now.
That Audi went offline though, so very close coming out of the chicane around the Curva Grande. What is that, like a 10th and a half? He's backed off. Has he backed off a little bit?
Very weird. Oh, that's a late lunge, but he makes it work. Beautiful.
That was really good. Yeah, like the camera I've got, I was like, is he gonna try?
We have a stopped car at Lesmo 2. It's the car 28, BMW, just turning it around. Bit of an off.
Yeah, he's probably either gone onto the grass or he's dropped the curb and spun the car. As P9 and P8 are within a second again, so the 781's lost a bit of time to the McLaren previously, but clawing it back ever so slowly. So it's between Krausen and Stromakov. Yeah, let's the 87 and the Audi, they're going down into turn 1 again. Audi's having a look. He's too far back. Oh, he's going for it!
Really? I think he disagrees.
Oh, side by side. Very clean by both of them.
I think there's also another car. Which car is that behind them?
Behind them. What number is that? Their flash, that's the 46. That's Stockton in the McLaren, so they've got it. Oh, that was... This is not going to end well. I don't think. Because the McLaren
decides to just skip the chicane.
Oh, and he's still stuck behind.
And there's a crash behind. I don't know which car that was. I think that was a McLaren mounting another car. Couldn't make out who.
Oh my. Yeah, that McLaren of Stockton's got to be very, very irritated right now. Because P16 is not far behind. So ideally, he needs these two to at least let him by before they continue to fight.
Yeah, Armando Ortensi gained a position just for a second and then lost it again. Just looking at the McLaren of Stockton, who's now managing to get past. Because he's out.
Jadier's coming into the pits now. He's about half a second behind Lawrence in P5, so possibly gonna try and undercut the Aston, because Jadier is a quick boy. No matter what he's driving, he is a quick man. Oh, 48 drive through for track limits. Dijkstra.
Yeah, they're P37, last place for the moment.
That'll have been for Ascari, that. So just took too much of a liberty at Ascari, as the 169 and the 199 go toe to toe coming into, and 28's got one as well. Ostrachaz in the 28 BMW P35 again for track limits. That surname Chico just reminds me of it's Chico time. Really old. Just, I don't know why. Every time I see Chico, it's like it's Chico time. There was some weird music when I was a kid. Some really weird music.
I think there's always weird music. When I try to go through like TikTok or something, listening to the music that they have, it's just so weird. I can't deal with it.
I can't. I don't have TikTok. I can't deal with it. It's just like if I want to watch videos, I watch YouTube. Thank you.
And also Masashiko can't deal with the fact that he's still stuck in P23.
Yeah, he's not very happy. Not very happy at the minute, is he? Oh, he'll have a good run down to. Oh, are they gonna try into Ascari? Thank you very much for that comment, Benny. We all needed. He's done it into Ascari. They're going side by side. The McLaren's got him. The McLaren's got him on the exit. But yeah, thank you very much for that, Benny. Much. I think we'll file that under the pseudonym TMI, if you don't mind. As I think a lot of the cars now are coming in for their penultimate pit stops at this point. So.
Yeah, Ryan Cooper thinking about
light tap from the
reclaiming P22 into turn 1. Thinks better of it. But yeah, as Benny just said in the chat, slight tap from the McLaren. So Ryan probably also a bit annoyed about the way he lost P22. But nothing much he can do about it this time around. As behind them, further down the field, the fight for P28. That's between Martin Kovacs and Robert Arlavi. That's the Croatia Racing team against Superior Vantage Racing. Yes, Martin still stuck behind the BMW.
Aston Martin can be quite a hard car to spin, the Aston, actually. It's I mean, it doesn't have much of a rear end, really, does it? It's basically, it has the rear wheels, and then about 20 centimeters later, the car ends. Whereas normally on other cars you do have a little bit more, so it is quite stable. As he goes into it in Ascari, very nicely done. Very, very nicely done.
Yeah, yes, and pretty much. I think that's why it's also known as essentially the beginner's car. Just forgiving, I think, is the best way to describe it. You can push it a lot more than other cars without facing the wrong way. Still not impossible to spin the car, which I can tell you from plenty of experience. But yeah, compared to especially like some of the other cars, for instance the old Audi,
oh god,
it's on rails at points.
Yeah, it's things like it's known as a beginner's car, but it is also very, very well. It's very drivable as well, which is why a lot of teams do tend to pick the Aston. Like if they need to, like if they have to necessitate a change in, say you're in a Bentley or a BMW or an Audi, like the Aston is a safe bet. The car is very stable. It's very easy. It's very easy to learn. If you've been in a different car, the gearing's a little bit weird at the start. But yeah, like again, if you're starting ACC, the Aston is basically the perfect one to go for. It's really good. But yeah, you'll find a lot of teams using the Aston because it's a great all-rounder. Like I don't think the Aston is particularly bad at any track, really.
I can't really think of any single track. It definitely has a few weaknesses compared to other cars. Every time you have a Lexus behind you on the straight, the Aston will lose out. So that's noticeable. But then again, come next corner, the Aston is on top again. Because while the Lexus is off spinning in the wall somewhere, the Aston is still, on track. I guess that's also why you see the Aston a lot more in the lower tiers. I think Tier 2 has a lot of Astons on the grid. Just especially for team races like endurance races, a good compromise car. There's no one who is bad at driving the Aston Martin.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's the first car I drove. Like, obviously, I went for the McLaren because, like, I love the McLaren Formula 1 team, and please don't talk to me about last week in terms of McLaren F1. I am well aware of what happened, and I'm not very happy. I'm a not very happy man about that at the minute. Yeah, so obviously it's like, oh, that's fine. I'll just go for the McLaren. I'll be fine. No. Again, not really having any other racing sim, like, proper experience. Like, I think I tried iRacing on, like, one of them trial, like, them months where you can get it for, like, £3-4 in, like, a Steam sale. I just had to go at that. I was absolutely terrible. I hardly understood how it worked, how anything worked, because I basically played the F1 games completely and exclusively, so you can imagine what kind of racing prowess I had from that. But yeah, coming into that, I was like, McLaren, Paul Ricard, no chance. And a lot of my mates were like, just switch to the Aston and drive. I'm like, okay, a lot better. And now I drive the McLaren, and I mean, obviously I have problems, but that's just how the McLaren is. It's a very sketchy car to drive if you try and yeet it round a circuit. It just doesn't like it all the time. But yeah, just maybe we should try and get Benny to use the Aston. I wonder what I can bribe Benny with to use the Aston for ACC. Just until he gets it. And then it's like, okay, yeah, just drive the Porsche, whatever. Just do what you want now.
But that definitely has a lot more traction control than the Porsche Cup Car. That's for sure.
I drive a DS3. That has more traction control. That has more traction control than the Porsche Cup Car. And I drive a small French hatchback. 10 to 8 second penalties accumulating in a 10-second time penalty for 808. What was that for? Between cars 8 and 26, 10-second time penalty for 808 for causing a collision. 0 license points, so not as bad. And I think that looks to be an apology from one of the drivers. I believe it was 117 crew. I believe. To the extent. That's one of the good things about having like teammates and like a chat where you can actually say, "Sorry about that. Misjudged it. My bad." And normally all's good, but then you do have a couple of incidents where people are a little bit angry and frustrated, and sometimes it can get the better of you. I've been told off myself in other racing leagues. I have been told off for my behaviour, which has since improved. You'll all be happy to know. Normally now I just shout at the screen instead, rather than typing it.
Yeah, I think in the moment you always have that anger, that adrenaline mixing into it. I have definitely also been noticed on the server for being a bit too angry in chat at times. I think it's the fairest way to say it.
We've also got Heiko at the minute in a Bentley fighting for P29.
Yeah, the 7 car.
I think that is one of our... Yeah, Heiko is one of the AOR mods.
Number 7 car, I don't think we have actually talked about the number 7 car at all so far in the last
I
six
think
and
we
a half
probably
hours.
should, otherwise Heiko might get a little bit angry with us.
So currently P30 started from P46, so went up quite a bit. Trying to make that 17 gain positions. That's where my math failed me.
Yeah, it is quite something. Where is? But yeah, so still, I think we need to kind of like egg Heiko along. Obviously, as commentators, we're completely unbiased, absolutely and impartial. But come on, Heiko, put your foot down, mate. Because they are being catched by George Boothby as well. Closing in is the 999 on the 87. So the 87 Bentley has yet another challenger, and I do believe, well, they're in quite a train of cars. So there will be blue flags to negotiate along with that. A couple of battles coming through at the minute. Grantos Caracas in the 720 McLaren has the fastest lap of the race, which is a 1:48.185. So not too. Oh, Matt York had the fastest lap of the race of the 1:48.187.
Yeah, to just
1,000th of a second faster for Grantos Caracas. I love that. I love it when it's so close. It's just like you're basically an identical lap, and just I love
especially
that.
with two different cars, but as we have seen, drive very differently on this track.
Oh yeah, like the Bentley's a lot more stable than the McLaren. That's the thing. The BMW is a lot more stable through the corners. The McLaren is a lot faster on the straight, providing you get a good exit, which it does appear Grantos appears to have done. So we are all up for that. It is currently a BMW 1, 2, and 3. Up front is Matt York in the 58 Van Walsum Sport. Ratajak in the 101 BMW as he just comes into the pits. And then Connor Wright, who has just blasted past in the 57, again, Van Walsum Sport BMW. So I fear it won't be a 1, 2, 3, 4 very well.
Yeah, well, again, had just slight off track for the car number 12. I think nothing too major. But earlier we also saw a brief yellow flag for George Boothby in P6. But I also don't think they lost too much time. So
they seem to be catching P5 again at a fairly decent pace. They're within sight of them.
Oh, and we have an off for Matt York. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, Lesmo number 2.
Let's see what happened.
Mr. York, what happened? Talk about Haas F1 though, US. Also Porsche GT3 Cup car, trial by fire. That's not how... Oh, he did very well to keep out of the wall there. He did very well to keep out of the wall.
That might heat up the battle for P1.
I would think it. Yeah, I think so.
Still 15 seconds separating the two, of course, but every slight mistake counts now coming into this last bit of the race. And we also indeed have the 101 car coming out on P4. So again, losing out to the 720 car, who are back in P3. And hopefully get to keep that place for the moment. Shouldn't have said hopefully, I think that's a bit too biased. Just to avoid the BMW 123.
Oh yeah, York just absolutely dropped it. Like he stuck it into the corner at the second Lesmo, and the car just did not agree with him. It was a lucky save for York, absolutely. Because the thing about the Lesmos, as soon as you go onto the gravel, you need to be very cautious about how you do your steering.
And we have the battle between Heiko and Alavi heating up again. And just for 1 second, I will leave you to it to commentate on this. I just quickly have to run to the bathroom.
Okay, so we have Heiko coming through Parabolica. Nice tight and then nice and wide on the exit. And getting a good run down to turn 1. He's a little bit too far back to make any massive massive impact on the BMW of Alavi, but it's not always about how fast you can go, it's also about how late you can brake and how early you can get on the power, which the Bentley, sorry, not the BMW, the Bentley is usually very good at. Also, we now get to see all the exhaust pipes glowing red, which is quite nice. So Heiko making a little bit of progress, a little bit heavy on the use of the curbs there. So there's Tim's hourly sausage update. But yeah, coming through the first Lesmo, keeping it nice, going a little bit wider just to try and keep the speed, and then braking for the second Lesmo, nice and tight, staying away from the grass and absolutely planting the throttle. I do believe they have a couple of faster cars coming up behind them, so it will be imperative for them for Heiko to try and make a move fairly soon. Down to 4/10 coming into Ascari. Bentley and the BMW pretty evenly matched in terms of how much you can force a little bit of a snip on the corners, and a little bit of a drag race down to Parabolica. Heiko a little bit of an advantage because they are in the, well, dirtier but also the slipstream, so again taking a little bit of a wider line, a little bit of wiggle on the car there, so that will cost Heiko time. He comes out in the roughly around in the middle of Parabolica, so not the ideal line through there. Drops 2/10 and now has the Aston Martin of Kovacs behind him as well. So this is a three-way battle, I would say, for P28, as a McLaren is possibly getting in the way at the moment. Unsure it's the Warburtons. So very the racing line is right there. Yes, that is very true, Benny. As the McLaren, the 666 McLaren stays well out of the way. The 666 McLaren seems to have a little bit of a performance drop at the minute, as that Aston is looking for a way past as well. So Heiko's dropped a little bit of time to Alavi in front, which isn't good news for Heiko in terms of trying to get P28, because he may lose P29 yet, as there's only half a second between them and P30. So it is all for Heiko to do at the moment. So yeah, again through Ascari, keeping it nice and clean, and Heiko's not even going anywhere near the curbs. He could probably gain a little bit of time, but yeah, losing a bit of time there to Alavi, and now outside of a second, as well as Kovacs is as well, possibly to do with the 720 of, I do believe that is Kleminskas. Or is that, oh no, that will be Grantus Caracas currently at the wheel of that McLaren. So P3 currently coming down the pitch straight, wanting to overtake the Heiko's Bentley as quickly as possible. Easy way to let a car by is very easily into turn 1. Just brake a little bit earlier but not as hard. And then obviously if the car is to one side, they'll go past and they can hit their normal braking marker and go past you without you really losing any time. So yeah, Heiko's lost a bit of time there, unfortunately. Down to 8/10, however, between Heiko and Robert Alavi in the 370 BMW. As a couple of the cars are making again their pit stops. These are possibly the people who have had a little bit of damage either at the beginning of the race and choosing to fix it as soon as possible. So Kovacs is 8/10 now to Heiko. As we go a little bit further up, Marcel Chico is currently 2/10 behind Armando Ortenzi in the 115 Audi. Just blasting down the pitch straight, coming round towards turn 1. And just a little bit far back, I think, but still a very close battle. So there are a couple of battles as someone goes just absolutely complete. That's the 177 of Mills, who has decided that turn 1 is not for them.
It's optional. Turn 1's optional for them.
Welcome back, Benny.
Thank you.
That was the 177 car with Celtic Bromance. Good. I'm so sorry. It is their team name though. I can't help it.
But yeah, Benny, please use the Aston Martin. At least to start with, please.
All right, look, for you, just for you, I love my Porsches. I love that car. It's actually one of my dream cars. Is a Porsche 911 GT3. But
get used to the game. Get used to the sim first, and then switch to the Porsche.
I will try your Aston Martin. Actually,
that's the way That's the way you need to do it. You can't just jump it. The Porsche is probably one of the worst cars to try and learn, because is it really nice to drive? Yes. On low fuel? No. Why? Because it has no front end.
Well,
honestly, just trust me. Trust me.
I will. I'm trying to keep an eye on this battle for P10 actually right now because
I've just spotted it, Jarabowski and Dunitson.
Yeah, and this 501 really wants to make. Oh, he's actually going to go to try to make the move. He's on the outside here on the exit of. That's the is that the Raggio chicane down to the Lesmos, but can't get the move done. So Jarzabowski is going to have to wait a little bit longer, and ran a little wide there on the exit of Lesmo too. He's got a good straight to try and capitalize a slipstream down to the Ascari chicane, but I don't think he's close enough to make a move. So maybe this is something. We'll see how he does in Ascari, shall we? So the 501 showed the pace though. He wanted to make that move, and he just hasn't been able to let it stick. So maybe I cursed him a little bit there and slowed him up, but nonetheless, actually quite a few, as you pointed out, but quite a few battles on track right now, actually.
God, Boothby's chasing down P5. Down the pitch straight.
Just was going to mention that. George Boothby going into turn 1 on the number 12 car. Just for a second, I think he was thinking about a move, but thought better of it. We have seen during his first 2 stints at the start of the race, George very, very, very strong on the brakes in turn 1, but not quite strong this time.
He's going for a move. I mean, he thought about it again. I thought coming down here to the Russia chicane. I think he's got to find his patience and just nail the right move. Right, it's not going to be here at the Lesmos. It might be down to Ascari, but you got to really line it up. That's really wide from Nogueira, so much wider than Boothby. But Boothby's been one of the racers to watch this season. Really, really strong pace. I mean, just fantastic in this Clown Sports Fiesta car at Silverstone, and looking to bring that pace here at Monza as well. It's not going to be a move done down to Ascari, so maybe just lining it up for a turn 1 move. It could be, although we'll see if he has the pace to get around towards the Parabolica. He's getting closer and closer. I think it's going to be a move down towards the Redifilia chicane, though.
Yeah, we have seen also in the GT3 League, George, one of the most consistent drivers, actually managed to win the league without winning a single race. He's just always manages to keep himself out of trouble, keep it clean, and get the results in. And so far this race he's showing the same quality by just setting those consistent, clean laps. Now into turn 1. Again, holding back for now.
I feel like one of the things is, oh, he's going to go for the move here, maybe. He's going around, they're going around Curva Grande. It looks like he might have a little bit more speed. Actually, it's a very, very tight gap. Does he want to make the move? Oh, yeah, he's going to go for it. He's going down the inside. He's trying to outbrake him. Or going down the outside, I should say, trying to outbrake, and he looks like he's got it. He's stuck the move. So, Boothby by Nicholas Noguera. The Race Anywhere Sim Sports car is going to slap back into P6 as Boothby's up to P5. Nicely done.
It looks like he can take advantage of getting past. Now driving to chase down P4, who's only 4 seconds up the road at the moment. I don't think we're going to see a counter maneuver, that's a hard word, from the number 12 car. Speaking of hard words, we have Pavel Jazabowski in P11 still trying to get into P10. Still trying to get past the 920 BMW. Both of them going a bit wide through Ascari. And let's see if the Ferrari will try any moves. Coming into Parabolica, set up a move for turn 1.
I don't know, but I thought the 501 really had this pace to challenge the 920, and the gap now almost a full second back. So Jarzabowski's losing time, it looks like, actually, to the BMW. And Dunnitston doing very well. Ilya Dunnitston, the Armamentario, Skidanoff Racing 920 number BMW, showing some strength here. Try and fight off that 501 Ferrari charge, as the gap might be opening up to a full second now. I'm waiting for the leaderboard to update, but I think Dunnitston is going to be, yeah, it is now over a second. So the BMW putting time between the two of them, actually. So it looks like Dunnitston might be in the clear. That leaves the next closest battle back in P20th. Balaki is going to be, and Tarasiuk. I probably butchered that, by the way, so apologies. But that might be the next closest battle on track for P20 between the silver class cars. The 2-second off pace Aston Martin number 26 that Chinson wants me so badly to drive, and the 760 STMP Endurance McLaren.
Going into turn 1, where we have seen most of the moves, so as we have another yellow flag for the 213 in the background. But in the foreground, Tarasiuk still holding on. Or rather getting past. I got confused there. I think he was clearing a back marker there. It's been a long race.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You're the warrior this weekend, mate. You've been here the whole race, haven't you?
So far, yeah.
Wow, absolutely. Respect to you. It's I did the 9 hours of Silverstone. I thought that's not bad, and then by hour 6, 7, you're just screaming for a break. But no, look, thank you very much. It never goes unappreciated, your work. So thank you very much, Tetra, for being with us all race long.
Thank you for the kind words.
I can't see where the 213. Oh.
It was the second Lesmo, wasn't it? That
yeah, it's literally that was close. So the 213 lost it at the exit of the second Lesmo, came back onto the track. Well, spun on track, and the McLaren following fairly closely nearly headbutted it, like the one, bit like the 169 did before.
I think they're gonna have to check the livery on the 213, maybe change it up. start to giant bullseye. So it's turned out to be the amount of spins and almost incidents. But
Come on, be nice.
I'm just messing. It's been they're having a good race overall, despite from the 2 incidents that they have had running in P12. So and like you said earlier, Lesbo is actually a trickier corner. It's going back to actually kind of what really Diggs just said in the chat, right? Is that the difficulties that you think it's simple. The Lesbo corners are arguably, no, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but probably 2 of the more simpler corners on this track, right? But a little bit of banking in them, they can throw you off, pretty quickly if you're not well prepared for them. And so, like you said, you get a tire even remotely close to the gravel, and you're starting to open up Pandora's box a little bit, right? So, it's
the camber is something that can catch the camber corners is something that can catch anybody out, especially if you try and take a little bit more of an advantage out of it. Eventually, the track will just be like, "Nah, you're taking too much. Here's a spin for you," or "Here's no grip for you." The only one that's, funnily enough, the only one that's got similar corners like that is Laguna Seca. Cambered corners where they're basically 90 degrees. Obviously not 90-degree rights, but 90 lefts. But yeah, they're cambered in a similar way, and it's like it can unsettle a car so much. Just by having a small change in the track surface is just, yeah, it's weird how it can make so much of a change into how the car responds. You think, it's only a bit of a dip. No, it's not. Yeah, I think we're at the who's close to people?
Well, some of the gaps that we had have since opened up, so there's not really any intense battles that I'm seeing on the timing board screen. But
definitely in the last few minutes we missed the number 12 car getting past George Boothby again.
I was just going to say, it's like, wasn't George Boothby in fifth?
I didn't even realize where that happened. Must have been at least 2 laps ago. George's last lap was actually 1.5 seconds faster than the number 12 car. So, guess in a few seconds we will see another battle between those 2. Given how the last one played out, looking forward to it. But other than that, I don't think any really close fighting going on right now. I think most teams just mentally preparing for the last stint. Just from experience, the last stint we will see a lot more close battles, a lot more drivers trying those moves that we normally say don't try them in the first part of the race. It's a long race. At some point it stops being a long race. At some point you only have half an hour to go.
Oh my god. Please tell me that wasn't this. So it was a mistake by Boothby. Oh dear lord.
Where it's on the track? What did you do?
Have a guess.
Ascari?
Yeah. Bit too much of the curb and it bit him back. And then because the car decided to slide, as soon as the rear tyres hit the tarmac, got any form of grip again, it threw the car across the track, and the number 12 Aston nearly went full speed straight into the Ferrari. So a little bit of a possible brain pants moment there. George Boothby did try to save the car, but obviously there was a little bit too much of a slide to it. So yeah, just a mistake from Boothby, and it cost him P5. But it does look like he's getting back on track now.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think the GT3 Cup would have handled that curve up? I'll just tease it. Don't answer. Rhetorical question. Rhetorical questions here. But no. What I wanted to say is real quick back to what Tetra alerted me to, and that is that if you have been following the drinking game, you need a liver transplant by now.
Oh God.
need a straight liver transplant if that's the case.
I'd be surprised if they weren't blackout drunk at this point or asleep. Like,
yeah. So somebody's gonna have to put a feeding tube in just to continue the drinking game is what it's gonna have to be. But the gap to Boothby and Nogueira now down under a second again. So not only has Boothby recovered a little bit of where he was before that incident, but he's back to gunning for Nogueira and the top 5 yet again.
yeah, I mean, that's one thing about, especially like George Boothby and like Jardier. If they have a mistake, they can just reset like that. Like a lot of other people, I just feel like it'll take them a few laps to get the confidence back, get back in the groove, and that. These guys, they just snap back into it. It's like, okay, did that, back to it, let's go. It's like teach me how. How did you do that? Please, let me know. That's just, yeah, I do not understand.
Yeah,
At all.
I hear you on that one. If I do a mistake, especially one that costs a lot of places, I'm basically sulking for the rest of the race. You can just take me out of the car.
I feel like too, it's one of those things where like you have the confidence maybe as well. Like you're looking at Nogueira, if you're Boothby, going, oh yeah, I know I can get the move done on you because I've done it before, right? So like, what is it gonna, I know I could do this again. It gives you that confidence to get back into it and get going. Whereas like if it was a bigger incident, you've lost like 4 or 5 places, you're more looking at like, okay, how do I actually have to reset and get back into this? It takes a little bit more of a mental toughness. Whereas if you make a minor error and something like this happens where you lose one place, you go, okay, I've already passed one track. I know I can do it. I know how to do it. I'm going to line it up again, right?
Yeah, I just don't understand at all. Like, especially to do a mistake like that. I'm pretty sure it was a couple of seconds down, and he's now within a second again. And probably within about a lap's time will be in a position to challenge for. He's also flashing at the number 12. Not 100% sure as to why.
I think George just likes to do that. We've seen him flashing just drivers in front a lot. I think he just enjoys it.
Yeah, it's just like, I wouldn't be surprised if this time next lap he has like a small enough gap where he can possibly make a dive up into turn 1 or beat him on the brakes into like the De La Roche chicane. Because it's just absolutely ridiculous how quickly they can just snap back into the rhythm and just get back on it and get back on pace straight away.
Still pretty much the only battle going on the field right now. So we're just going to stick with it. Let's see if George tries anything. Maybe this time around. If he maybe again tries to set up the move into turn 1. I don't think there are any back markers close enough to cause any issues.
Not between P5 and 6, no. They are coming up on car 30, who is in P30. So they're 30, 29 and 28, so they are closing in on the rear of the field. So we'll have to see how that plays, because they're all still pushing and fighting for position, so we'll have to see how that is negotiated, shall we say.
But further down, we have Christian Benz for the Goat Racing team number 2, going for P24 past the 87 car. I feel like the 87 car is probably taking up half the broadcast by now.
Does seem to be, doesn't it?
A lot of other cars on different laps influencing this battle at the moment. Christian, I think he's trying to move into turn 1, but holds back for now.
That was a little bit of a late call to abandon that attempt, though. Did seem to be very close as the 177 gets a drive-through for track limits. And that was assigned at Ascari as well. Who's surprised? Nobody.
And we have an off for the 101 car. Anyone wants to take a guess where?
Evergrande.
You're close.
I know exactly where it is, I can see it, but like, it's just like, I just thought I'd throw another corner's name in there, other than the one we all know it is.
There's a yellow flag for the 1 as well, but I didn't see what happened there with the 1. The 101, is there like a rear bumper missing from the 101?
No.
Oh, wait, we've been over this.
No, that's
We've been over this. Yeah, we've actually been over this. Okay, my bad. Because I was looking for damage, so I didn't see anything, but
that one really interesting for Boothby and Nogueira, because they're both now within a second of the last podium position. And George,
is he going to keep it into turn 1? Yeah.
Yes, this time he's going to do it.
Just far enough ahead to make sure the Aston can't get him on the inside of that.
And because of that mistake from Nowicki into Ascari, George now not having a bit of clear track in front of him, but rather directly in the fight for P4.
Yeah, well, I mean...
It was right on it.
I was just, it's a bit of a gift, right? Because they were a little bit up on the road, but yeah, Boothby now looking for Nowitzki here, and
that one will not be happy to see that red and blue Ferrari.
No,
especially
George.
If he sees who's driving. That's the thing.
Yeah,
like you see it. If I saw George Boothby or Jardier or any of these guys at the top, I'd just be like, I am not fighting them. There is no. Is that P4? That's
George
P4
makes
George
a
Boothby, isn't it?
2 in 1 lap, getting it done before Ascari, which seems to be the clever move for a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
Why would you prefer it to be in Ascari? I would prefer it to be in Ascari that he makes the move instead of before Ascari, but that's...
I'll tell you what, at George's current pace, I probably won't be too bad of a shout to say he might be in shot of a podium. Because P3 is only going through turn 1 right now.
Is it when he passed Nowicki, by the way, right? Is Nowicki a whole nother lap ahead?
No.
I think it's just the timing going fuzzy because it's telling me the same thing.
Yeah. It just needs to update. It's just been a little bit.
Well, I'm not even looking at the timing board. I'm looking at the actual, like on the bottom right, the actual player name. Do you know what I mean?
But I'm pretty sure there wasn't a whole lap between them, right?
I don't know.
Was there?
Have we just he's a lap down. Oh, okay.
I think he's a lap down to the 101.
No, he is. Someone just said it in chat. George is a lap down. Oh, that's a shame.
What the hell did that happen?
We're all rooting for him, man. It's just like, come on, 2-1 lap. Is like, oh, no, okay. Okay. Oh,
yeah, I knew something was up when the board updated as well, too, and like the number didn't, and I'm like, hang on a minute.
Mr. Mats Lenham Anderson, welcome, sir. It's been a while since we've seen you in the chat. Go Race Anywhere. Where are the Race Anywhere boys?
Well, the P20, Balaki and Cooper. The 26 number Aston Martin, 2 second off pace, number 26 in the Aston Martin. And the Coach Anna Academy 199 Mercedes AMG. As that one is under a second. We'll see if this platinum class car, the 199, can catch the silver class ahead. But yeah, Balaki, the fight for P20, that one. And I can guarantee, I've had a double check, that's not a lap down, that car, compared to the one behind it. So,
So
Cooper looked like he had a little sniff towards the inside, by the way, at that first turn, but no, he's not going to. He's still a half second back.
To the Race Anywhere cars, we've got one in P6 currently, not long overtaken by Mr. George Booby, and then the 213 Ferrari, which has had a checkered race, shall we say, in terms of how their race has gone. I'm not sure if anyone would want to try and put it another way without using any profanity.
Well, when I'm out.
Yeah, it's been a difficult race for the 213.
I mean, it was a look. It was a. Yeah, you say that, but then also, like, at the same time, like, the 213. I mean, yeah, they started P3, so considering where they started, yes, but considering they had the massive incident, P12 is not the end of the world. I'm sure there's a ton of cars that would love to be in that position, nonetheless, right? It's still points at the end of the day. Could be a lot worse, but nonetheless, yeah, you're right. It has been difficult from the start, at least, considering they're down 9 places. As this Mercedes got, by the way, for P21 and Cooper's gotten a little bit closer. He's now 0.3 off the player in front. That's Baliki in the Assetto part number 26.
He's probably going to manage it into turn 1. Or he doesn't.
Ooh, someone is shouting you out in chat, Tetra.
Yeah, that's the Kangaroo, one of my teammates from the Tier 2 race. Just as a side note, it's really hard for me to concentrate on this race while my teammates are currently fighting for the win in Tier 2.
Ooh.
But staying with this race, Ryan Cooper, looking left, looking right, doesn't try to move. Sticks back for now. And still P21. We have to keep in mind this is for the last points paying position as well.
Yeah, last set of points as we are now within the final hour of the race. 7 hours already gone, gentlemen. Can you believe it? And now it's starting to hot up a little bit more. We do have a couple more pit stops to make. Maybe a couple last driver changes, maybe some tyre changes to be done. There's about 3-4 cars in the pits right now. So we'll see how everybody gets on. But yeah, that Mercedes has dropped back a little bit from the Aston. But yeah, don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they could swap places before the end. We've got an equal. Cooper's lost a fair chunk of time there. About 4/10 as a couple of cars do come out of the pits, and that's what you'll get the blue flags for, just to let them know there are faster cars coming up behind them. Always useful. That is a monumental gaggle of cars currently coming through turn 1. If you're P1 and you're Matt York, you've only got one car ahead of you and then a nice little gap, you're laughing until you see what's a little bit further up the road,
Yeah,
which would be a lot of back markers.
if I was Matt York right now, I would think very hard about pitting in the next few laps, because coming onto that massive pileup of cars, they will probably want to avoid that.
I was going to say the same thing. The 501, by the way, from P11 is also in the pits right now, so I'm starting to see some of the top. Yeah, some of. Oh, the Italian one, the yes, yeah. So good.
We also have Nicolas Nogura getting very close to George Boothby again, so the fight for P5 still not over by any means. all over the back of the Ferrari.
Yeah, and a back marker behind to boot as well.
Again, we see George very easy on the flash button. Reminds me a lot of a BMW on German public roads.
Just German public roads. We get a lot of that. Not just BMWs, like just German cars. Like people who drive German cars on UK roads are quite inconsiderate, I should say.
I can't say the same over here. It's usually not the lights that they decide to display to you.
It's not the lights they flash at you.
It's usually a specific finger, and maybe with a bit of horn mixed in as well. But
I'm going for first, says a random BMW driver.
Oh, P3 and P4 in the pits for the final time.
We'll see if there's any driver changes to those as well. So still watching this.
Now under half a second to Boothby. So
yeah, I was gonna say that's the battle we're still watching. That you're right about these cars. Oh my God, it's like a train coming through. Starting really right now at
stop go 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh wow!
Oh. No, that's gonna bring Novaki into look. Novaki's 31 seconds back. That brings him right into contention.
Oh,
that's so unlucky. We've seen
is this goodbye P3 for Graz Caracas?
We've seen those two cars change position so much over the race, and that's such a shame that we're going to lose P3 through to stop and go.
So that is easily about a minute in the pit lane. So Nowicki is just out of the pits now.
AOR gives us a lot of incredible races, but also I think this community is also very much known for anticlimactic finishes.
Yeah, they always AOR always wants to throw a curveball at us.
To be fair to that point, last race at Silverstone. Sorry, struggling for my words, Tetra. But last race at Silverstone, we did have a race like at the line for P2. So. Or was it P3?
That is true, yeah.
We did get a banger on the last race. So maybe this is just setting us up for another one. You don't know. The pace of Caracas certainly could be good enough to recover, the gap that's going to be created, as the 101 has gone for what is that? Is it 101's gone for a driver change? I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, they have changed drivers.
So. And the 58 and the 57 still have to pit. It's only 13 seconds between the two, so we'll see how the
Caracas is serving the stop go right now, and the 101 is coming down to Ascari. George Boothby hasn't pitted yet.
Hasn't pitted yet, no. Also speaking of potential exciting ending, I still don't think that a fight for P1 is out of the question. So there's 14 seconds separating the two Fun World cars at the moment. 57 in P2, currently around half a second faster per lap. Both of them will have to pit soon. 57 in the next 2 or 3 laps. 58 still has a few more laps to go.
Winchak is now P3.
Yeah, just went past. Caracas, who's just now getting moving again.
Just left his box. He will be kicking himself for that one.
Is he going to be... Oh, Boothby's a lap down to him as well, right? No.
No.
Not anymore. Yeah, they still have to go into the pit. So that P4 should be safe for the moment.
So, BMW 123 once again, with the possibility of it ending like this due to a stop and go. It sucks when like there's less than an hour and there's a penalty because because you sped in the pit lane. Oh.
Yeah, it just... You feel really hard done by for what could have just been going ever so slightly too fast. Maybe just forgetting to shift gears. Just a lot of things that can give you that penalty. And stop and go for 30 seconds. One of the harshest penalties you can really get. And
Yeah,
losing podium position to it, just heartbreaking for them.
I mean, the gap's 14 seconds, so there is still just under 50 minutes to go. So the McLaren can catch the BMW, but there is a lot of cars he's got to negotiate first. There's an Audi running very wide out of Parabolica.
Yeah.
Still going toe to toe. Actually, who is that?
I can't see any close battles right now, so that should be fucking with back markers. The only Audi we have on track is Pareca.
Yeah, there's two back markers just trying to get track position, not necessarily for race position, but to get ahead of the other on track.
Boothby's pitting. Boothby is in the pits, by the way. I think
Garrett's staying out.
I think you got to think if you're York, you got to pit. I think you got to pick this lap, though. Look at where York is. He's just coming around the Curva Grande, and look at the train of cars in front of him. So
York will be in this lap because Connor Wright's just pitting now. Unless York wants to go as long as he can and then run as little fuel as he needs to for the end. Which, yes, that will give an advantage to him, but I don't see the point because he's ahead in the race. Unless it's a fact of he's going to try and get ahead of his teammate and stick ahead of his teammates.
So
the 13 just under 14 seconds now. Gratis Crackers to Wichak.
869 just came out of the pits. They changed drivers again. It's Malinowski who will take them to the race finish.
So so Nagara still has to pit, which they should be doing this lap, I'd imagine. Are they doing it this lap or next? Well, not doing it this lap at least. So, happy with the car for now.
Also, we talked a bit around about race about how the two Funwall cars are pretty much in a league of their own. If I'm not mistaken, they just managed to be the only two cars on a lead lap.
Yeah, York's in the pits. So where are their teammates right now? Coming up to the first Lesmo. The 101 and the 57 are fighting for track position, but the 101 is currently a lap down as well. So, oh, someone running wide ahead of the 720 there. I see a lot of dust being kicked up.
The 58 going again.
Yeah, so 57 they switch from Connor Wright to Dennis Latz, who'll take the checkered at the end of the race, just over 45 minutes to go, and has the 58 made a change as well.
Now it's Matt York at the wheel.
No, yeah.
Okay,
Dennis Latz, was that the quickest of the drivers in the? I'm sorry to cut you off there. By the way, Tetra, but was that the quickest of the drivers that we've seen in the 50? Oh, the 57's off at Ascari, or no? Is that? That's the 87. I'm sorry. Ooh, God, sorry. My eyes. All right, what I'd say, man. My eyes. Sorry, but I was gonna say, isn't Dennis Latz one of the quicker drivers that we've seen from that 57 Van Mol Sim Sport today? So
I think he's one of the quicker ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So you gotta think this gap is definitely.
Did Latz do qualifying for them? Because normally you put your quickest driver in for quali.
For quali, I'm pretty sure it was Conor Reicht, if I remember correctly.
Qualified them. I'll tell you something, if they do manage to keep P2, 57, they've done well. They've come up from P8. They started the race in P8, so it was very well done.
So I'm really looking forward to the lap times they are going to put in, because, yeah, as Benny mentioned, Dennis Lutz very, very fast. Early in the race, he was minimizing that gap, just getting it down to, I think it was 20 seconds, starting from around 35 seconds, which is about the lap he currently has to overcome, the gap he has to overcome, to challenge for the race victory. But that's still quite a long way to go. We'll have to see what kind of times both the drivers can put in. And also, with the darkness setting in, with fatigue setting in, what kind of performances they still manage to get out of themselves.
11, just under 12 seconds. Brantis Krakus and Wichak. He's catching him. I think Caracas might be pushing just a little bit harder than you'd expect him to, just to try and make up that lost time. As they come across the line, it's just 11.5 seconds. So he's whittling away. 13.8 from Dennis Lutz to Matt York. So I'd say it's a battle for P1 and a battle for P3 right now.
Yeah, I definitely think we have both of them.
Nogueira still has not pitted. They're very happy on this at the minute.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned he hasn't pitted. I'm sorry, you and I, Tetra, are just, but still, I didn't see the 12 come in. When is the stint going to be? You got to think the stint's going to be over soon.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them will probably pit a little bit earlier for the last tyre and driver change and just run to the end, and have the car as light at the end as possible. But yeah, if you do stick to the stint timer, it can entirely depend on like the offset, because the stint time is 65 minutes. So you can normally run just over an hour. So it does depend on how far over they do run.
So, just minding the gap, as it's a very British saying for you, actually, Chinson, minding the gaps as we watch them continue to come down, and no real other close battles on track. Maybe for P26 between Goslin and Kovacs. So that seems to be the closest. Really, the closest battle that's going on is Goslin and Kovacs approaching the first of the two Lesmos right now. And that's a silver class battle between the 7 and the 30, the Project Remnants number 7 Bentley, and the Superior Vantage Racing number 30 Aston Martin. But everyone elsewhere just building up to what should be, gentlemen, a fantastic conclusion of the race, really.
I'm just going to be keeping an eye on Wichak and Grantis Krakus at the minute. Purely because he's now just over 10 seconds, so he's taken a fair amount of time out of the 101 BMW.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, currently the fastest on track, 148.3 last time around, which is rapid considering the track is cooling down. Darkness is setting in.
It's not as cool as I thought it'd be for, like, what, 10 p.m. 10 p.m. at night. It's 23 degrees. That's warm in the UK.
Pretty much a perfect summer temperature.
That's springtime here. That's a perfect spring day here. But well, you mentioned the gap coming down. So Lats, by the way, hasn't been able to find the pace to bring that gap down. It was 14.1, I believe, coming out of the pit. Matt York, our race leader, widening it to 14.6. So Lats with work to do. We'll see if he can find the pace to catch up to this Van Walls Sim Sports car, who are going to be really, as things stand, enjoying a fantastic, really a banner day, if you would, with finishing P1 and P2 with both their cars. So gap from Caracas to that final podium spot now 10.7, mind you. So getting ever so, Caracas is putting in really, really strong pace to try to make up for the error, and you know, it's building to the point where he might actually do this, and he's got a lap car in front of him, though, unfortunately. Daniel Luck in the 171 McLaren right in front. So as soon as he can get around that, he has got a little bit of clean air to try and chase down York.
Meanwhile, we have a few battles going on the back end of the grid, or rather the middle of the grid. Still have Martin Kovac trying to gain P26, and we also have the battle for the final points position, in which Wojciech Stugala just got past Vieira for P20. So that's the 760 car now in 20th position. And in front of him, Pierre Stockton, also a driver we have mentioned a lot so far, chasing down Raining Thunder. And that's for P14.
Francis Cracker's lost a bit of time there because of a backmarker car, but he's now got a fair bit of open track ahead of him. He's got P33 is the next car up, and then P22. So there are 2 backmarkers between him and the final podium place. And also that number 12 Aston has still not pitted. So
I still have 10 minutes to go on the pit stint timer. I'm predicting fastest lap of the race from the number 12 car at the very least.
By the way, Stockton just had a little look around Curva Grande on the number 444 BMW. That's the GOAT Racing BMW. Couldn't get the move done. So this is a platinum class car trying to pass a silver class car. He's looking again towards the inside of the first Lesmo. He's got the move. So Stockton does get by Raining Thunder, sorry. And it's not a wrestling move. That's Rolling Thunder. Raining Thunder, the GOAT Racing driver. And it's P15 for the BMW, but the McLaren of Stockton up to P14 now.
I haven't seen a lot of moves around first Lesmo so far. Oh, very well done on Stockton to make that work.
yeah, I mean that's not exactly one I'd expect to see a. That's not exactly a move I'd expect to see is into the first Lesmo. Well, nor the second, any of the Lesmos really. It's quite a unique overtaking opportunity if you decide to try and make it work.
So
10.6, Granus Caracas.
we have a pit stop from Daniel Schwabe in the Lamborghini, the 969. So they are going to come in for their last stint, and they are trying to hold on to the last podium position in the silver class, which I'm pretty sure they will hold on to. 26th car of Baliki is still almost 1 lap behind. Yeah, it's been the only close battles on track at the moment. Still the battle for P26 between Kovacs and Gosselin that has been going on for quite a few laps. Raining Thunder also still keeping on the back of Stockton, but I don't think he's going to be able to try another move. And we just had a fastest lap of the race from Daniel Lutz in P2, 1:48.0. So now starting to bring down the gap, 7/10 faster than York last time around. But still 13 seconds the gap.
Yeah, I've heard you two call him Daniel Latz. It's Dennis Latz in the car, not Daniel.
Yeah, the other driver's called Daniel. That's confusing with the whole race.
Benny had this issue last time out in Silverstone. I seem to remember.
We don't need to rehash old wounds now. Let's stop me doing that.
35 minutes to go in what has been quite a action-filled 8-hour race of Monza, which is, I mean, Monza never fails to throw something strange at you. It will always throw. They'll throw a curveball. It can throw. I don't know. It'll throw anything it really wants to at you. Especially spins and crashes. It normally.
Yeah.
Throws at you.
Forget the curveball. It throws a knuckleball, if anything. It's a baseball reference. So I was trying to make a reference that neither of you two would understand, but that's besides the point.
I think I'm too European to get that one.
Yeah, yeah, Tetris too European. I'm too British. I think the closest we have to baseball is rounders. I think is what.
At least you knew it was a baseball reference. That's good, but the gap.
Throw a knuckleball, but that doesn't make any sense.
It's an actual pitch. It's an actual pitch. I mean, it's known for being completely unpredictable.
You see, you say pitch.
Yeah.
A pitch is like a football pitch.
Delivery, a throw, like a delivery,
yeah, but
like in cricket.
But we bowl a ball in cricket. Whereas, no offense, but like to British people, like when I know they're called a baseball pitcher, but it just looks like they throw the ball at them. Because they literally do. They throw the ball, but you call it pitching, and it's just like I don't. Yeah, I'm British. It doesn't compute.
I mean, you say no offense to British people. So far in this broadcast, you have already stated that you don't like tea. So I think that ship has sailed.
I mean, I'm British. I'm British, so it's like they can't kick me out from being British.
The other thing too is you guys also, and I do like the sport. And I do watch it. So, but a wicket is literally 3 or 4 different things in the same sport. It literally means 3 or 4 different things in cricket. A wicket, it's like an out. It's like it means the pitch in general. It means like the stumps and the bail. Sometimes it's literally right. But then you use the term like, he's thrown his wicket away. It's like, he's thrown his it's like an out. And then or the wicket's very dry.
Yeah,
it's
a wicket is where you knock the bails off the stumps.
I know, but I'm saying it's used as the term to describe the pitch, the bails, the stump, and an out. So that's something to definitely. I mean, we've lost Tetra at this rate, but that's besides the point. Getting back on track, though, shall we?
Back on. Muted himself at this point.
Or muted me.
Man, you Tetra can't because he's running the stream.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll just save everybody else in the chat. It's just like, it's just me and you guys. It's just us. Don't worry. I've shut them up. 9.7 seconds. Grancis Caracas. It's a witch.
Yeah. And this is what I was going to mention. Sorry.
Also 11 seconds now from Dennis Latz. Again, 7/10 last lap, the lap before that, 1.2 seconds. So that lead is quickly coming.
If anybody is a fan of the 58 Beamer, I would start biting your nails if I were you. Because this looks like it's going to be a close finish.
A very close finish, actually. So it looks like the pace has been found. And the other thing, too, is Latz has got... I'm sorry. The thing that's going to be to Matt's advantage, I should say, Matt York, is that he's got a little bit of lap traffic ahead, but he's through, I would say, the bulk of it. So if he can get around the next 2 cars, he's got a little bit of clean air. But really, once he passes the next, I would say, 3 or 4 lapped cars, he's going to have a lot of clean air in front of him. I mean, there's some big gaps opening up in front of York once he gets by lap traffic. That's going to allow him to maybe find a little bit more pace. We'll see if Lats has the same luck, or not luck. That's probably the wrong word to use, but the same swiftness in getting by the lap traffic. So York, you've really got to put the foot to the floor here in these upcoming laps to see if he can just keep this gap where it is.
Yeah, I mean the gap doesn't really seem to go anywhere between Matt York and Dennis Lats, and then I don't know, Lats just takes a chunk of time out of him from absolutely nowhere. It's just like the time goes. So there's a sector in the lap where Dennis Lats is he's faster than Matt York. 87 has just got to drive through 4 track limits. I wonder where they got that. Oh. Okay, they got it at the Delarue chicane. Never mind. I was gonna. I was about to say it was a Ascari again. Known for track limits and crashes.
We spent so much time talking about that corner that I think it's easy to underestimate that there's still 1 or 2 other difficult corners on this track.
Yeah, they haven't really made themselves known this race. 10.9 to Dennis Lats and Matt York, so just under 11 seconds. So again, he's pulling out a little bit of time every time. 9.5 seconds credit to Caracas. Yeah, like Dennis Lats is pulling out a little bit of time every. There's a certain sector where is he quicker? I've got sector tabs. Where's he quicker? I want to have a look because it's bugging me.
While you have a look, I'm going to keep an eye on the battle for P17 while we talk about gaps. It's Mikko Balaki and Gediminas Kirksiolaitis. Or Kirksiolaitis. So
that was impressive.
It's not bad sometimes. But the Beaver Grease Racing Extra Greasy number 10 Lexus trying to close this gap, trying to get the move done for P17 on Mikko Balaki. The 2-second off pace Aston Martin number 26, which we have talked a lot. It's been in quite a few battles here in this midfield. You can see Kirksiolaitis trying to get the move done down towards the Ascari chicane. Thinks better of it, but could get the run down to the Retifilia chicane. Certainly, you think that is an opportunity very close onto this tail. I mean, there's not... Parabolica is not really a passing opportunity, right? It's just you never really see it here, at least with GT3. So we'll see if Kirksiolaitis can get the better run out of the corner. Balaki trying to just keep him at bay, and there is quite a bit of a gap. So I don't think this number 10 Lexus is going to be able to make the move down into turn 1. We will see. I think he's just got to maybe try to line it up. He has a little look, but he thinks better of it.
Oh, we can see how close they're coming.
I'm still watching the lap times for Matt York and Dennis Lats to see where they're quicker. I'm just staring at the deltas right now.
We also finally had car number 12 into the pits. They just came out of the pits. Nogueira still on the wheel, and they managed to hang onto P12.
And through all of that, at the Regia chicane, it's Kirksiolaitis getting past Balaki for the P17 spot. So Beaver Grease Racing Extra Greasy doing nice. Going outside, getting the inside line for the exit, and making it stick through the 2 Lesmos. So nice move from the number 10 Lexus up to P17.
In the second half of the lap. So for the first half of the lap, the first sector, Dennis Lats and Matt York are pretty much toe for toe, but it's in the middle part of the lap. On the last lap, Dennis Lats got 3 tenths out of Matt York, and another 3 tenths in the he was about 6-7 tenths faster on the last lap. like sector-wise than Matt York. So yeah.
And just take a look at the track map for a second. We have car 58 just coming out of Les 2, and he's got quite a few cars in front of him. Whereas
He's only got
57.
3.
Well, yeah, and then I would say 5.
Oh, he's got 4, sorry.
But more importantly, we have car 57, only 2 cars in between him and the 58. So I think 57 right now, Dennis Lutz with more advantage track position.
It's not looking great for Matt York at the minute either, because look ahead. Matt York's got 7 cars before he actually gets some clean air. Like some really clean track. The rest of it is, this is going to be good.
The 920 coming out of the pits too, that's just going to overcomplicate things as well. So even more traffic in front. Look at this, it's quite a bunch down now at the Redfield chicane. So the 58, he's got a little bit of clean air though, right? He's not right on the bumper. This 969, he's able to run maybe another half a lap here before he has to worry about passing a lap car. But still, this is the point I wanted to make, is if you can get on the other side of the 12 and keep the delta kind of the same between him and Latz, he should be good. The question is, can he navigate this field cleanly enough, or at least quickly enough? Certainly we know he can do it clean. He's been doing it all race as our race leader, but can he do it swiftly enough to get into a position where he can set some of his better lap times in clean air and see this race out?
Ooh, Matt York was 3/10 quicker on the last lap than Dennis Latz.
That's because Latz is hitting lap traffic as well. Look where he is. He's in his own little bunch. He's got to get in front of the 7 in order to really get some clean air as well. That's being created by Matt York right now.
Francis Caracas has dropped about a second to Wichak as well now. Is that because of lap traffic? Probably. He's got the 35. He's got P35 in front of him, so the 28.
Just looking at the stint times, Stockton, car 46, the only car that still has to do 1 pit stop. 2 cars actually, that might have miscalculated a bit are the 177 and the 808, currently both of them at around 41 minutes on their stint timer. And given that the maximum stint time is 65 minutes, and they might have to do another lap after race end, that's gonna be very close.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I have found in races past is that the race leader will just anchor up before the line. If there's if there's no way that they can like lose the lead, then they will just anchor up the brakes just to make sure they don't have to do another lap. Because another lap is another opportunity to make mistakes and lose the lead. So I have seen that in the past. They just literally just full on slam the brakes. So depending on where they are, the leader may ease up a little bit just so they don't have to do another lap.
Dennis Lutz just cleared the number 7. Or the number 80, sorry, only the number 7 in front of him now. And then he has a huge gap to make up time on the 58.
Yeah, 10 seconds. In 20 minutes, that's better than 2 seconds. That's doable, but not easy.
Yeah, and of course, only getting behind the 58 car, that's one thing. Getting past it, that's a whole another thing. But now Dennis has the clean air.
So Benny's quoted Ayrton Senna. You're quoting Murray Walker, are you? It's one thing to pass; it's quite another to overtake.
Not on I'm afraid Murray Walker was before the time I spoke English.
Wow.
Dennis Lutz setting another purple lap on the last one. 148.0.
He's got the clean air now too. He's got plenty of clean air now between him and York, who still has not gotten by any of these cars. He's just getting by the first car in that pack of lap traffic right now.
This is not going to be great for Matt York right now. He's going to be wishing he was a bit further ahead in the traffic than it currently is.
To still have another few battles going on. At the moment, we still have the battle for P26 between Kovac and Gosselin. I think they have been within half a second of each other for about 20 minutes now.
You want to know one of the other things too that might not help Matt York in that pack at the front of that little traffic pack that he's in front is Sergey Daniluk in the Crazy File Racing McLaren number 45 and Ilya Dunitstin in the Armamentario Skidanoff Racing BMW number 920, and they're fighting for position. Only 2 seconds between the two of them, so that's a battle for position between those two. That is going to be really right in the middle, or right at the end of this lap traffic pack that Matt York's going to have to try and navigate.
Francis Krakis is back under 10 seconds. I've just been watching him for a Sky, and he absolutely battered the curbs. So Francis Krakis is absolutely he's doing anything and everything he can to catch Philip Wichak in that 101 Beamer.
I have to say, I do respect Matt York's restraint. If I was in his position, I would probably be spamming the flash button right now. Just constantly.
Absolutely.
I would have a rave going on in front of my car.
Yes, turn the racetrack into a disco. Do a Yas Marina, just light up a hotel nearby and just have a disco like beaming off that.
But so far, despite the traffic, he's managing the gap. Staying at around 10 seconds at the moment.
I don't think that's going to last too much longer, because Dennis Latz is on the same straight and could probably see the 58. So that is yeah, again, like, team orders or let them race. 17 minutes to go. Do you let them race or do you let them switch for the guy who's faster?
I think if you're going to do team orders, you're going to want to keep them as it is. But I'm sure the number 58 BMW is. You're absolutely right about restraint, because if I'm him, I'm trying to pitch an absolute Yorker to the front of this pile.
Beeline every
Exactly. Exactly. I'm glad Chinson got that. I was like, look, let me.
Like, sod taking the racing line, just beeline the apex.
I don't know about that, but he needs to. Oh, the car behind him's just spun.
That was Ludwig's, the 969. Oh,
that is now no cars between P1 and P2, and it comes down to the last 16 minutes of oh, that Lambo that was an unsafe re-entry. That was bad. That was dangerous. 10 seconds, but no, the next car ahead on track is the race leader.
Seems like they got away without any suspension damage. He's still keeping the wheels straight.
Sparks flying from underneath a BMW now. That's...
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at how much clean air that he's got. It's just... He can absolutely just power it through and set as quick as a lap as he wants to set Dennis Latz. So
the last lap for Matt York was a 1:48.5. Dennis Latz was a 1:48.3.
But here's a question for you, right? There's 15 minutes left. Is there going to be enough lap time?
If Dennis Latz can keep this pace up, I would say there is a good chance. Although I think Matt York has just got another back marker between him and Dennis Latz.
Just got past one of the back markers, but he also had a bit of a moment coming out of Curva Grande.
Grantis Crackers 8.9, under 9 seconds.
My point was, if the gap is only lowering 0.3 of a second, you figure there's maybe 8 laps, 9 laps left. That's not going to be enough. It's really not going to be enough.
Yeah, it depends on whether, especially if you've got a yellow flag, like, do you lift off for a little bit for that? Do you, like, slow down a little bit and use some delta to not, risk anything that could be caused by a yellow flag? Because especially in the dark, like, yellow flags, they can literally be anywhere. They could literally be at just anywhere on the track. So it's like, do you be fairly cautious? That's 2 back markers now? 9.1 seconds.
Speaking of the back markers, though, Daniluk and Dunstan, it was 2 seconds when we last mentioned it. It's now 0.7. So a battle for P8 now very much on the cards in this next lap, as Dunstan's looking to catch this number 45 McLaren. And that's just going to be another really spanner in the works for York in trying to maintain this lead.
Dunson gained around half a second through the last 3 corners. Very much all over the rear of the McLaren right now. Have another BMW on McLaren fight. I think pretty much is the story of the whole race so far.
Grantis Cracker 7.9. Where has that time come from? Caracas was a second faster on the last lap than Wicak.
Matt York also with an invalid lap, so they might have had a bit of an off. Davidson probably lining up a move into turn 1. Just has to keep on the back of the McLaren. Both of them very wide through Oscari.
You could probably do it into Parabolica, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he's trying.
You're going for it.
TV cam sadly a bit shut through Oscari. Doesn't look having none of it. Tighter line, better
hit the speed
through corner, but now Davidson with a lot of overspeed coming onto the straight.
And they've got Malinowski right behind them as well. Oh, this is not going to go well.
They are trying to go 3 wide into turn 1.
3 wide.
That's not going to happen.
No.
That was inevitable.
I would put that on Malinowski, to be fair.
Yeah, I think Malinowski just a bit too greedy to pass the back markers.
Forcing a 3 wide. Forcing a 3 wide when it wasn't needed.
Yeah.
And that's basically cost Denison a chance at P8.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's not needed at all. And the only reason he's getting aggressive too is because he knows up the road is Noguera, the number 5 or P5, the number 12 car. Yeah, he's just up the road and he's only 5 seconds
7.7
behind.
That's Matt York, and 8.3 Grantis Gracchus.
11 minutes to go though. Time is ticking away. Gaps need to come down more. It's almost going to have to be really like a second a lap at this rate for both of these drivers.
I think at this point Matt York definitely has the upper hand.
He's got the back markers.
Well, that's true, but now at least so does Dennis Latt. I think there's 2 back markers already between the 2.
I think that's all. I think that's all
It's
Matt
3.
Yacht needs.
It's 3 back markers between the 2.
Slow car at second Lesmo, car P28. The 370. Looks like it hit the wall at the second Lesmo.
Yeah, seems to be a bit.
Yeah, I think
up.
I think the back markers is everything that Matt Yacht needs to keep the lead.
Well, here's a big problem
unless Dennis can clear these fairly quickly.
Here's a problem for Dennis is that he's got a lap car in front, but then he's got Balaki and Strugala fighting for position in P19. Balaki making the move down to the Redifilio. God, I can't put it together. Redifilio chicane, and so Balaki up to P19, but he's got 2 cars fighting for position in front of him. That's not going to be to his advantage, is it, lads? So
that's no bueno.
Yeah, that's a big no bueno.
Yeah, you can see it in the lap times. Last time around, Latt's only 0.2 faster, so that's not nearly enough.
It's the same with Grantis Krakis is the same with Wichak.
I mean, it's not unusual for backmarkers to play a huge part in the last few laps of an endurance race. Guess, especially for the drivers who are trying to maybe fight for win, for podium place, it's very annoying. But the backmarkers, they still have a right to fight for their places.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can't punish them for trying to gain a few points, especially in the case of Strugala and Baliki. They are P19, P20.
That's the major difference with how like say Formula 1 blue flags and like GT blue flags work is if you get shown a blue flag you don't have to concede immediately.
Latch is
Dennis is right behind these 3.
Yeah, he's
well. One of them is is the 808 as well. So the 808 will be wanting to get past them fairly quickly. Latz goes down the inside of the 808. 808 makes it nice and clean and easy for him.
Now he's got the 2 fighting for position, and Strugala is going around. Balak's trying to go to the outside of Curva Grande, so these 2 fighting. He's just going to slot it. He's just going to try to switch back, actually. He's going to try to go on the inside now. And
I think the Aston's still got it, though. The Aston will get it under brakes.
He will, indeed, but this is a nightmare for Dennis Latt.
Oh, that's really not what you want to see, just 2 cars blocking the entire road.
3 wide into a Lesmo. That's no... Okay, Dennis Latz. First of all, well done, sir. Second of all, how big are your testicles? I'm sorry,
that was really ballsy.
Go 3 wide into the first Lesmo, which is probably the hardest one because you have a longer braking zone. That's God.
Tell you what, though, fair play to Strugala as well. He absolutely took full advantage of that and absolutely ate up Balaki, who's trying to let Latz through. So Balaki had to give back the position of P19, so he's going to have to try and take it by force again. Going down now to the Parabolica, but probably more likely going to get the run down into the Redifilio chicane.
7.2 Grantis Caracas. He could probably see Wichak on track, actually, because Wichak's coming into the Parabolica, and Caracas is coming into that now. So he's got about 3 cars back between him, and he's got a nice run for the next car coming down to T1.
I think time is of the essence here, and might be in favor of Matty York because he's.
With the back markers between him and Dennis Latz, I think it might be a little bit Yeah, Matt York did what he needed to and got in between all the back markers.
We've seen last lap that struggle with the back markers cost Dennis dearly. He lost around a second, and he really can't afford to lose that much. So at this stage, he just doesn't have enough time left.
So, two other battles, though, I want to point you gentlemen out to, and that's first off the battle for P5. Malinowski's now got this gap down to 1.9 seconds, but also the battle for P8. You remember they went 3 wide. Malinowski pretty much tried to force 3 wide into the Radifilia chicane. It didn't end well for Dunstan.
Yeah.
He got spun. He's now only 1.6 back of Daniluk, so he could have another go here at P8, maybe going towards the final lap. He's got to get a little bit more time down on that gap, but still, the possibility is there as well for him to try and recover.
Grantis Caracas is still absolutely flying. He's 6.8 seconds. 2 cars between him and the podium. I think.
And we have another off for the 213 car.
Dennis Latz is in the pits.
That's in the pits.
Latz
right.
has just come into the pits.
Why does he come into the pits?
Possibly fuel.
I think his second place is going to be. The second place is safe, so
yeah, second is safe.
Probably
so
just
it looks like
giving
Matt
up.
York has looks like Matt York is going to take the win. It's
is there any extra points for the fastest lap?
There might be. Who has it at the minute?
Because right now it's on 36.
Max Melomad.
Yeah.
Max Melomad for Butterpal. What? For Butterpal? What's he doing with the fast? How do you get the fastest lap?
That's why I'm asking. Maybe if there's points for fastest lap, he's going for
the fastest lap. He's coming at the pit. He's going for it.
I would say it's a good call, by the way. I think it's a really good call. By the way, the gap to Malinowski is 1.2. The gap to from Dunstan and Daniluk is down to 0.49 between those two. So we're going to get some P8. So we are going to get some battling for some points positions here at the very end.
Oh, Dennis Latz has got a really nice gap in front of him to get that fastest lap in.
We'll see if he can do it, but Dunstan really they got lap traffic in front. That's the unfortunate thing. Although one is the race leader who's going to pull ahead, but still, Daniluk going in the inside of lap traffic. Dunstan's going to have to try and. He tries to follow. I don't think he has. Oh no, he has. So Daniluk right in front. Look at that. As there's a car that's going wide of the chicane, and Dunstan trying to find this P8. He got maybe unfairly shunted out of it before. Now trying to go for it down into the Regia chicane. Can he do it on the outside? A little bit of contact between the two. He's got the inside line. He bumps Daniluk a little wide as well. Maybe Daniluk turning in a little too early. But Dunstan has it, and it's P8 for the Armamentarios Skidanoff Racing 920 BMW.
And just ahead of them, Malinowski now on the wing of Nogueira, going into Ascari, side by side.
Oh God!
And Malinowski gets it. Nogueira just having a bit of a moment in the entry of Ascari. And that's P5 for Malinowski.
Last time we commentated him, wasn't he a lap down? So he was a lap down, and he's completely going around again and taking the lap back. So not only is he taking the lap back, but he's taking the position. Yeah, Malinowski, P5.
Because it was Boothby and Nogueira before.
Yeah, but Boothby is also in the Clown Fiesta car, so it is the same 869 Ferrari.
No, we were getting excited that they were for P4, but they were a lap down.
Right, but it wasn't on the Aston Martin number 12?
I don't think so.
I thought it was.
Matt York just started his last lap of the race. So We're going to finish very quickly. And I don't think anyone can take that race win away from him. Only guy who really, let's be honest, had any chance of doing so is the one we are currently on board with. That's Dennis Lutz. But decided to bail out on it and just go for fast lap on what will be his penultimate lap.
Fastest lap is a 47.970. That's the time he's got to beat.
That's 0.3 quicker than Latz's fastest lap so far in this race. And this is pretty much the last. He's got one more lap in front of this. As
28 again.
Yeah, and so is the 177, which is right in front of Dennis Latz.
So let's see what he's able to do this time. Definitely not the fastest lap. No, that was a 1:48.2. There's one more go. But as you mentioned, traffic ahead of him, so that's going to be a tough challenge. Yeah, just running onto the back.
We also have Matt York coming around the parabolica for the final time. An absolutely commanding drive by the 58 Van Moor SimSport guys. That was, well, one word for it, textbook.
Yeah, Matt York taking the race win. It was, I want to say it was close at the end, but let's be honest, was it? Basically commanded the whole race. No real challenge.
Well, let's pit it, I would say. It was looking spicy until he decided to go for the fastest lap, which we'll have to keep an eye on if he gets it.
Also have the 101 car in P3. They finished their race. Very good drive from them. Completing
Dennis Latz has... Yeah, he's not getting the fastest lap.
Yeah, he is sprinted.
A back marker got in the a 5-second penalty for car number 30 at the end of the race. So that will be added to their total race time once the session has concluded. So yeah, Dennis Latz, there was a back marker, I believe it was the 444. Was a little bit slow out of the second Lesmo and just ended up colliding front and rear bumpers on that one, and Dennis Latz went for a bit of a spin. A bit of a slide into, out of the second Lesmo as he comes around to take a pretty comfortable second place. Was probably hoping for a little bit more, probably in terms of like the fastest lap as well, because he was in with a decent shout for that, but unfortunately it was not meant to be.
Still, a good race overall as Malinowski and Noguera cross the line. That should complete our race. Top 10 finishes for both, and Clown Fiesta up into a race win up at a P5 for this one. So good performance from them, and good performances elsewhere on the field as well, gentlemen. The 444 you mentioned, it's second in class, recovering well after what was pretty nightmarish Silverstone. And how about the silver class winner, Rumi Nutstev, the 176 Mercedes, finishing P7 with the silver class car.
Yeah, we haven't talked a lot of them in the later stages of the race, but early on we mentioned them a lot, and rightfully so. Amazing drive from them. P7 in the silver class. I think that's six positions ahead of P2 in the silver class. It was really, really good drive. As we currently see the two Funwell cars doing a bit of a glory lap side by side, and they deserved it. Again, very good race from both of them, and we will see if we can get the race winners for an interview. Of course, they are gonna want some time to celebrate among themselves. So, any other surprising drives? I'm just having a look through the final position. Any other finishes we didn't expect?
I actually want to credit Max Malavet, who did get the fastest lap in the end, by the way. That 5:55 was involved very heavily in the opening incident. Recovered to P31 in the end. So, obviously not where they wanted to finish, considering where they qualified. But in the end, they stuck it out. They raced it out, and they got up a few positions back. So not finishing in the points, but still showed a good tenacity to race it out and gain a few positions back on the track.
Yeah. To be fair, I think the 2-on-3 deserves a little bit of credit. I mean, they have had a couple of issues during the race today, a couple of spins and incidents. But considering all that, I think they've done quite well and quite nobly to get back to to stay in the top half of the field to begin with, let alone finish in the top 20.
No, absolutely. I would agree with that. So overall, I think pretty good race, and a lot of eventful race as well. So still, I mean, some key performances as well. The 720 McLaren finishing in P4, another top 5 for them. The 869 finishing P5 to follow up with the race win. So solid start from them. The 920 BMWs in the championship mix as well. The 501 had another stellar drive. That's a car that's kind of fluctuated around in and outside that top 10 right on the bubble. So good race from them overall as well. So a lot of drivers can be proud. I think a lot of drivers can be happy. And man, does it have to be a handful of weeks before the next race? I'm ready to go next weekend.
I've just had a look how many. It is 4 weeks until we are a little bit further northwest in Europe, and we are at the Circuit de Francorchamps in the lovely area of Spa. Quite always a favourite with the drivers. Favourite with spectators, I personally think. And that is going to be the longest race of the second season of the Endurance Championship. A whole 12 glorious hours on the hill in the Belgian hills.
So if some of you just wants to check if we have any people ready for an interview, my Discord won't open right now.
We do have a fair few. I just need to figure out who is who. Bear with me a second. Okay, so we have. Do we have? Let's get in. First of all, let's bring in a member of the race-winning team, Mr. Marlon Andrade from Vanwell SimSport car number 58. Congratulations on the win, first of all. And are there any or more of your teammates down below that we need to bring
Connor
up?
Wright, I believe, right? Connor Wright?
Connor is in
No,
the
Connor.
Oh, he's in
Yeah.
the 57,
He's in
isn't
the
he?
57.
Yeah, he was on the 57. So please bring in Yorkie. He was driving with us. And
That will be
Vanders as
Matt
well.
York, I believe.
Exactly. And
And-
Vanders as well.
Vanders.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got the whole gang's all here. Welcome aboard and
Oh, hello.
congratulations on the race, like Chinson said, on the race victory.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you very
guys.
much.
I didn't actually do any driving this race, but I don't care.
Still
He's
part
here
of the
anyway.
team. That's a victory for the statistics.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
changed the tires so well on that car.
Yeah, I did. I think I mentioned in chat I got COVID earlier in the week, so I couldn't race this week. But the guys fucking knocked it out of the park, so I didn't need to.
Yeah, I mean, especially from our perspective. I mean, it was a little bit hairy for quite a few drivers at the start, but you don't seem to have gotten affected by any of that, and you just had an absolutely stellar drive from lights to flag. To be perfectly honest, you haven't really had any issues, no tech issues, no penalties, no incidents. Not really. You haven't had any, like, just nothing's gone wrong for you today, has it?
Exactly. It was it. What you were going to say, Yorkie?
I'm
Marlon was
sensing a
gonna
bit
about
of
to admit the fact
disagreement
that he like overshot Parabolica by about 20 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just forgot to brake, and we had almost a half spin, but that was the maximum that we basically had. And the fact that I think, as I said during the after the Super Pole, the biggest advantage of starting on the pole over here is just to avoid all the chaos. So being able to drive the initial 2 stints without anyone around, I think it was a really good thing for us to also basically lose up a little bit and not be stressed out too much.
Did
Wait,
you have? Sorry, go on, Tetra.
Yeah, just thinking about the last few laps of the race, where you had car 57 coming quite close. Of course, your, I want to say, sister team. Were you ever really worried that they maybe can catch you out, challenge you for the race victory?
Potentially. I knew the other guys in the other car were quicker than I was, so I just needed to make sure that I kept a consistent pace and just kind of managed the gap. We kind of tried to put ourselves in a position where we may have had possibly the chance of just doing a splash and dash and not taking tyres, but with about 35 minutes to go, that was kind of a bit out of reach, so we decided to just short fuel both the 2 final stints and kind of used that little bit of extra pace there to our advantage, but still felt pretty comfortable. It was just a case of managing that gap and hoping that the sister team and Dennis wasn't going to start putting in crazy flying lap times again.
He did try at the end. He did try to get fastest lap at the end.
Yeah, he did. He's getting a towing off for that.
Oh, okay.
No, it was like it was a joke. Yorkie's being very nice about that, because I think he drove an incredible last couple of stints, had incredible pace, and to be honest, like we had internal agreements, like we don't rate each other. So like, you know, and particularly in the last 20 minutes, if it actually getting close, we would have just hold station, because there's no point in, you know, a 1-2 for the team is way better than us fighting each other for the win. So
Knew it'd be team orders.
yeah, if they had caught us with like an hour left, then we would have let them past. In the last 20 minutes,
we were discussing this. It's like, okay, you've got a faster car. What do? Do you let them race, or do you impose team orders? And like, I was outvoted 3-1 on this. I believed in team orders, and the rest of them were like, nah, let them race.
It was definitely team orders. I mean, the races are too long to, like, if you make a stupid mistake, right? It's like that's like 2 weeks of work and 8 hours of racing ruined. You know, so in that, when you think about it like that, like, team orders every time, but most of the time it's not necessary.
Did you guys have any track limit warnings?
1.
You have?
Yeah, we got the one
one.
on the
Okay.
second lap of the race. I think I went wide on Parabolica, and basically we carried this over throughout the whole race only.
Yeah, there's a few teams that got a couple of drive-throughs for track limits, so it's just like, with how much you were pushing, like, how close did you come to getting something like that?
A couple of times. Yeah, there's a couple of times where we could have gotten a little bit closer, but I think for the most part we were all right. We just made sure that if we ever did run out a little bit wide, that we just kind of lifted and tried to negate it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, in these races, the biggest challenge is, one, being consistent, and B, just avoiding incidents. And Marlon and Yorkie did both of those brilliantly today, and that's why he won.
So, 4 weeks you have until 12 hours of Spa. Are you all going to start practicing now, or are you going to take a bit of time to recoup and, well, obviously for you Vanders to recover?
I mean, I'm kind of on the back end of COVID now, thankfully. But I mean, I don't know about the other guys. I'm certainly going to give it a week or so. But the nice thing is, like, I don't think anyone's got any league racing on now. So we've all got time to dedicate to it. I don't think Spa's going to be the best car for the BMW, to be honest. But certainly the BOP here was pretty generous for us, I think, to be fair, on BMW. But you win some, you lose some, right?
wondering if any of the other guys have questions. Benny? Tex?
No, are you? What's the plan? I should say, going into the fact that it's a much longer race next time. Are you going to split? Is it going to change how you guys handle kind of driver changes? Like what's going to differ going into Spa with how you handle the splits versus an 8-hour race like today?
I think it doesn't change too much. In the end, we like to do double stints, and hopefully Andy is going to be healthy and strong back racing with us, and then it's going to be basically the same thing that we had over here. Everyone is going to be driving 4 hours in the end, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much the same, and it's a lot easier to add up even numbers. So just 2 each all the way.
Yeah, the only thing that may throw a spanner in the works is wet weather.
Well,
but,
actually, and
we'll
I just
see.
realised as well is that actually with Spa, if it's a 12-hour race and it's completely dry, we'll probably end up with one, like the last stint might be like you might just drive through the pits, you might not have to stop. If you like max your stint timer and all that kind of stuff, but I'm just thinking ahead. I've got my strategy head on already, so but yeah, we'll work it out, I'm sure.
I think if Benny and Tetra don't have any more questions.
I'm good.
No, nothing
Congratulations.
from my side. Yeah, again, congratulations. On a very good race. And
Thanks, guys.
guess good luck for the next one.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we'll see
Great
you
job
in,
on the
we'll
comms,
see
by
you
the
in
way. I
February.
was watching it. It was really great.
Thank you a lot.
We certainly try. But yeah, good luck. Enjoy your break up. Enjoy your little break, and we'll see you in about 4 weeks' time in Spa.
See you guys, bye.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
See you guys.
Thank you very much. See you in a bit.
Okay, and
I think we did have the guys from the other Van Wall car, but they have since, I think they have since departed off to possibly do a debrief.
yeah, so with no other interviews going on, just from my side, just thanks to you both. Also thanks to Luke for joining us earlier in the race. It was a lot of fun to commentate this race for you, and most importantly, thank you also for everyone watching the stream, for your support. Yeah, any last words from you two? Last word sounds a bit final.
No, thank you for first off stepping in when I through the mess that I had this morning at Tetra. Absolutely did the whole thing. So what a legend! Absolutely fantastic from you. I think I owe you a box of tea or something for your troubles. It's been fantastic to have you along through the entire race, mate.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go lie down and not talk for a day after this.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, from my side, thank you to Luke for getting us all kicked off with, I think you did Super Bowl as well. Tetra, thanks for hosting the second part of it and for doing the entire 8 hours. I know commentating for God knows how many hours is quite a task, so yeah, awesome job. Thanks to everyone watching. There will be a lot more happening on AOR. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss any of that, because there are F1 leagues, there are Assetto Corsa leagues, ACC leagues, all of the fun. You can catch up on any of the highlights or replays of streams on the AOR YouTube channel. Any more information about any of the leagues currently run, you can also check out the Discord as well, where you might find one or two of the comms team just knocking about every now and again. But other than that, yeah, just thank you to everybody, and I'm sure we'll see you all very excited for 12 Hours of Spa in about 4 weeks' time.
That seems like a very nice way to stop the stream. Again, thanks everyone for watching.